Chapter 1079. David felt helpless. It wasn't that others couldn't see him, but he had been carrying a 130-meter tall tree. Although the world tree didn't have much weight, it didn't feel good. Of course, anyone who was treated like a flower pot would feel the same way. David was about to return to the spatial rift when he realized that his whole body was relaxed. It was as if he had gotten rid of all his shackles. The world law suppression of the bug world had magically disappeared. It had to be known that even Alexis, a giant dragon that became a god through cultivation, would be suppressed by the world's laws after coming to another world. Although the suppression was much lighter due to the fact that Alexis had become a god through cultivation, it would still affect Alexis. However, David couldn't feel the suppression of the bug world. This didn't mean that the bug world had accepted him. It was just that the small world in his soul space had blocked the suppression of the bug world for him. In fact, this was normal. It was just like those gods who created small worlds after becoming gods. In their own small worlds, the gods would not be suppressed by the world's rules. Gods who became gods through faith were subject to many restrictions. No matter which world they were in, they would be suppressed by the world law. It was just that in their own main world, this kind of suppression was lighter. However, gods who became gods through faith rarely exposed their bodies in the main world, let alone in other main worlds. Every god who became gods through faith knew that their unlimited lifespan could only be achieved if there were no accidents. Once a god's body met a god who had become a god in the main world, the god who had become a god with limited faith had a high chance of dying. Gods who became gods through cultivation were very willing to inherit everything that a god who had become a god had. These were all god-level cultivation resources that could greatly strengthen themselves. Therefore, gods who became gods through faith would usually hide their bodies in small worlds and use various methods of projection or shrines to display their divine power. This was to ensure their safety. David's situation was a bit special. His small world was inherited from the plague god Gladstone, but it was merged with his soul space. Originally, with his cultivation process, even if he became a god through cultivation, the small world would eventually break away from his soul and transform into a small world similar to that of the god who became a god through faith. Although that kind of small world could be moved, it had to pay a price every time it moved. Usually, it could only be fixed in a certain space and hide itself from others. Perhaps at that time, David would have a small world with faith to become a god, as well as a divine body to cultivate to become a god. There would definitely be benefits, but there would also be a big problem, which was the construction of the small world. The formation of a small world required a large amount of resources. The 5 shrines of the great world of God each occupied a large amount of resources, and a large portion of them were supplied to the 5 gods. With David's current power, he definitely could not support the growth of the small world. Fortunately, David met the world tree. The world tree took root in his small world and completely changed his small world. It skipped all the modifications and allowed his small world to have some of the abilities of a small world that believed in a god to become a god. The biggest benefit was that the small world did not need to break away from David's soul space. It allowed him to have a small god spirit world that he could carry around with him. Of course, the small world was still slowly being modified. It was still some distance away from becoming a real small god spirit world. Even so, David enjoyed the benefits of having a small world with the world tree. The small world's rules were stabilized by the world tree, and it had the ability to fight against the rules of the main world outside. As the master of the small world, David, who was close to the small world, had to endure the rules of the bug world suppressed by the small world. It was the same as a god moving around their own small world. They could also use the small world to suppress the rules of the world. However, no god had ever been lucky enough to encounter David's situation because even the gods were unable to discover the world tree. Only the spirit race, who had always taken care of the world tree, used the world tree trunk to preserve the spirit race's life seed for the continuation of their race. It allowed the world tree trunk to retain a trace of life. If the spirit race did not store a large amount of life energy in the world tree trunk, perhaps by the time David encountered it, the world tree trunk would have become a real dead tree. Even if other gods encountered the spirit race and had the same luck as David, they would not be able to save the world tree trunk. This was because the amount of undying life force that David used was unimaginable for other gods. No god would be willing to use such a precious treasure like undying life force. At the same time, no god had the ability to use so much undying life force. David shook his head out of habit. This action caused the world tree above his head to sway even more. He hurriedly stopped his action. Although others could not see the world tree shaking, he could feel it. At the very least, he would not be able to get used to the feeling of having the world tree above his head for a short period of time. David said to Black Dragon Alexis, "Alexis, let's go." At the same time, he stopped the giant clone fusion. Although the fusion of the gigantified clones provided more energy, with the 5 clones providing the consumption of the Black Dragon's law of might, the gigantified clones also doubled in size, thus increasing the consumption of energy. Therefore, the giant clone fusion could only last for 10 minutes. Of course, that was in other worlds. It was completely different in the bug world. With the endless supply of godly power from the Emperor Inheritance Rune, the gigantified clone could maintain this state. It even had enough energy to use other innate abilities. Black Dragon Alexis shrunk its body and jumped back onto David's shoulder. David and the 5 demigod clones flew together. After a short flight, they returned to the space crack. He wrapped his spirit around the 5 demigod clones, activated the space ability of Space Dash, and brought the 5 demigod clones into the space crack. As soon as David entered the bug world safe zone, the world tree above his head asked for the surrounding space stones. David quickly stopped it. This was his safe zone. The reason the space crack could be stable for so long was because of the space stone mine. The space crack was now in a symbiotic state with the space stone mine. Mining the space stone would affect the space crack. However, David had to take the world tree's request seriously. He did not think that the world tree would ask for space stones for no reason. The world tree and his little soul space were in a symbiotic state, which meant that the world tree and David were inseparable. The world tree wanted the space stones. Although the space stones could not be moved here, it did not mean that there were no space stones in other places. David thought about the star map of the bug world. In his mind, the star map had already changed to the star map that was commonly seen in the Federation. Perhaps when it came to training, the Interstellar Federation could not catch up with the great world of God. They were not even as good as the bug world. However, when it came to technology, the Interstellar Federation was much more advanced. The same was true when it came to star map. The Interstellar Federation's star map was intuitive and convenient. David found his current location. His eyes were set on space not too far away from the space crack. He discovered a resource planet. Resource planets were rich in all kinds of minerals or special energies. Whether it was the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, the resource planets that had been discovered were already occupied by the major forces. The probability of David obtaining a resource planet was extremely low. According to the records of the spirit race, this resource planet produced space stones. Of course, due to the long time, it was hard to say if this resource planet still produced space stones. However, in the near future, David planned to let the 5 clones stay in the bug world to train. Naturally, he was not at ease to leave. It was a good opportunity to explore the bug world. Even if the resource planet no longer produced space stones, he could still find other resource planet. Anyway, the 5 clones could train as long as their hands were connected. David decided to bring the 5 clones around and explore. In fact, the biggest reason was that David felt that he was strong enough. At the very least, he did not have to worry too much about safety. All he had to do was to quickly clear out all the bugs they encountered and not give them any time to send out a message. David summoned the legendary Blade Mantis King. During this period of time, the Blade Mantis King had lost its Emperor inheritance pattern. Its strength had decreased, but it was not obvious. After that, the main body and the 5 clones all sat on the huge body of the Blade Mantis King that was 100 meters long. With the Blade Mantis King's armor plates, they were able to hide very well. The legendary Blade Mantis King's terrifying aura alone could hide their presence. At the very least, it would be difficult for ordinary bugs to discover their existence. As for the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, David left him in the death dimension of the Divine Space Card. The demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had become a demigod through faith. The restrictions of the bug world's laws were too great. As the group set off, the Blade Mantis King maintained a terrifying speed. Although it could not compare to the ability to move through space, it was still a legendary rank Zerg. Moreover, it was a legendary rank Blade Mantis King that was born with the potential to resist space. Its movement speed surpassed most legendary rank. David let go of the Shadow Attendant and observed his surroundings through the Shadow Attendant's eyes. Although there was nothing special around him, and it looked no different from the space of the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, this was space of another world. He was still filled with curiosity. A long time ago, David had dreamed of the day when he could fly freely in the bug world. However, at that time, he had to be careful even in the bug-controlled territory of Warstar. However, his interest only lasted for an hour before it was defeated by the same boring scenery. David used the laws of the bug world to learn the law of strength and the law of speed. He did not know how long it would take him to learn this. However, for the sake of his own strength, he had to constantly use all his free time. Every time he learned the law of strength and the law of speed, he would be one step closer to completely mastering these 2 basic laws. Even though the Blade Mantis King was extremely fast, it still took 3 days to reach the planet shown on the star map. The planet in front of him had the characteristics of the bug world. It was desolate and there were no signs of life. Of course, most resource planets could not support life, but this was the bug world. David did not think that there was no life on the resource planet. It should be known that the bug's vitality was extremely strong. No matter how harsh the environment was, as long as there was energy, the bug would be able to survive. When the Blade Mantis King flew into the resource planet, the scene in front of him was beyond David's expectations. This resource planet had not been destroyed and was instead very well protected. There were no exits to the bug's underground nest, and the surface was intact. There was only one type of bug here. The stone ant was a very special type of bug. It did not specialize in combat. On the Warstar, the stone ant was usually in the various mining areas. They were born with the ability to protect mining areas. Perhaps the bug race was not as crazy as he had imagined. This race had existed for tens of thousands of years, and to be able to survive in the bug world for so long, they naturally had their own rules of survival. This could be seen on the Warstar. Only the mining areas that were in the middle of a stalemate between the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God, and the bug race would be cleaned out by the bug race. On the Warstar, the bug race was very careful when mining, and they would not use up too much of the potential of the mining area. It should be known that on the Warstar, due to the environment, as long as the mining area existed, the corresponding minerals would be produced. However, David did not expect that the bug race would still use this method in the bug world. The Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God did not have the chance to truly study the situation in the bug world. It should be known that without the environment of the Warstar, the recovery of mining areas would not be easy, and it would take a very long time. This was the first time David had learned that the bug race had such a long-term plan. However, this also gave him hope. The mining area here was so well preserved, and there was a high chance that the spatial stone mine had been preserved as well. The stone ant race was very weak. Ordinary worker ants were only rank 1, and the strongest ant king and queen were only rank 3. The bug race was not even rank 4, and their intelligence was very low. David was too lazy to kill the stone ants, mainly because they were worthless. Besides, leaving the stone ants here could continue to protect the resource planet, and they might come back to take more ores in the future. With this thought in mind, David controlled the Blade Mantis King to release a legendary rank aura. The bug race was based on rank. David did not know how strong the bug race that controlled the stone ants was, but it was unlikely that it was stronger than the Blade Mantis King. Chapter 1080. As the Blade Mantis King's legendary insectoid aura swept across the area, all the stone ants within the aura, be it worker ants, soldier ants, or even the Ant King, circled their bodies and retracted their antennae to cover their eyes. Stone ants use their antennae and eyes to receive information from the outside world, so they did this to seal themselves up. As long as the Blade Mantis King's legendary insectoid aura existed, the stone ants would not do anything. They would not listen, look, or smell. David was not worried about the stone ants doing anything strange. A legendary could suppress an insectoid below level 3. Even if he asked them to commit suicide, they would obey. David opened up his mind. At this time, he found that his mind had exceeded 100 kilometers. Although it was not much, only less than 1,000 kilometers, this growth surprised and shocked him. A mind range of 100 kilometers was already beyond his imagination. It was because he had complete control of the small world in his soul space that he could have such a large range. After the last upgrade, David's mind range did not increase again. No matter how he upgraded his mind, it did not increase by even a little bit. This sudden upgrade was only one change from the previous one, and that was the world tree that had taken root in his small world in his soul space. David's mind entered the small world in his soul space. The influence of the world tree's roots in the soil expanded a little, and branches grew in the small world. He was very familiar with the small world in his soul space. This was where his roots were. Now, David could be sure that there was a change in the small world. This change was not just the materialization of the soil around the roots, but a feeling. However, when he tried to trace the change, he could not find any difference. David's mind scanned the entire small world in a short time. He was disappointed again. Once again, it was useless. He also gave up on pursuing the matter. He was still outside. When he went back, he would go into seclusion and find out what the problem was. The Blade Mantis King flew rapidly on the resource planet. David sat on its back and spread out his mind. Perhaps for other experts, it would be troublesome to find a space stone mine because space stones were born with the ability to hide themselves. But David, who had the innate ability of space, relied on his ability to sense space energy. As long as there was a space stone mine, it would not be able to escape his senses. The Blade Mantis King did not fly for long because the spatial energy fluctuation was too obvious. David, who was in the air, felt a strong spatial energy fluctuation. He waved his hand, and the Assassin Mantis King appeared. He controlled the Assassin Mantis King to land on the surface of the resource planet. David did not want to be discovered, so naturally, he would not use his true body. He had a legendary rank insectoid clone, which allowed him to disguise himself as a human. No matter how weak the Assassin Mantis King's defense was, it was still a legendary level insectoid. Not to mention, its attack power was so terrifying that it could severely injure a demigod with a single blow. Therefore, on the resource planet, the Assassin Mantis King would not be in any danger. Following the guidance of the spatial energy, David controlled the Assassin Mantis King to arrive at a valley. There was an energy barrier protecting the valley, which should have been set up by a powerful insectoid. It seemed that this valley, or even the entire resource planet, was the territory of that powerful insectoid. As long as the energy barrier was destroyed, the powerful insectoid would be alarmed. David did not care about the powerful insectoid. Through the assassin Mantis King's sensing ability, he could sense the suppressed spatial energy fluctuation without using his true body's spatial talent ability. In other words, the strong spatial energy fluctuation was the result of being blocked by the energy barrier. David could not imagine how big this spatial stone mine was. In fact, this was normal. Resources that could be listed as key records by the spirit race would not be recorded in the star map unless they reached a certain scale. The assassin Mantis King did not use his blades. The pair of blades had been in a state of accumulation all this time, waiting to explode with the strongest strike of the fatal strike. The energy barrier in front of it did not require the assassin Mantis King to use its ultimate weapon. The assassin Mantis King crashed into it. No matter what, it was still a legendary level insectoid, so the energy barrier was instantly broken. Far away on another planet, in a cave full of spatial stones, the void-piercing Beetle King was quietly absorbing the spatial energy contained in the spatial stones. As a level 5 insectoid with a powerful background, the resources of the void-piercing Beetle King were unimaginable to many other level 5 insectoids. For example, the spatial stones were an extremely rare resource. The void-piercing Beetle King could freely absorb them. This was also the biggest reason why it could become a level 5 insectoid in just over 100 years. The void-piercing Beetle King's goal was not to become a level 5 insectoid, but an even higher level. Although it did not have an Emperor Inheritance rune, because of its special talent ability, it was favored by a powerful background. In order for it to grow into an existence useful to a powerful background, it had to at least reach the legendary level. The void-piercing Beetle King had great confidence in reaching the legendary level. The reason why it was favored by a powerful background was because of its growth talent. In just over 200 years, the void-piercing Beetle King had reached the pinnacle of level 5. With its own training, it would be able to break through level 5 and become a legendary. From level 5 to legendary, there was an insurmountable barrier. The void-piercing Beetle King planned to use the sealed spatial stone mine when it reached the bottleneck. There were many high-level spatial stones there. The void-piercing Beetle King suddenly felt that the energy barrier it had set up was broken. It stood up abruptly and looked into the distance. It was the energy barrier that protected the spatial stone mine that was extremely important to its training. Some insectoids had touched its spatial stone mine. A sharp cry came from the mouth of the space-piercing Beetle King. Its figure flashed out of the cave and appeared outside. 4 void-piercing Beetle Kings appeared at the same time. These 4 void-piercing Beetle Kings were sent by a powerful background to protect the void-piercing Beetle King. They were originally of the same race, but the void-piercing Beetle King was a mutated insectoid. The void-piercing Beetle King released its spirit and enveloped the 4 void-piercing Beetle Kings. Its special spatial ability was activated, and the 5 level 5 insectoids disappeared instantly. David originally planned to let the assassin Mantis King enter the spatial stone mine and use the spatial ring to collect the spatial stones. However, he gave up on this plan after seeing the spatial stone mine through the eyes of the assassin Mantis King. The Blade Mantis King flew above the valley. As the energy barrier was no longer protecting it, David could see the scene in the valley. David had seen a super-large spatial stone mine before. His insectoid world safe spot was considered a rich spatial stone mine. However, compared to the spatial stone mine in front of him, that mine was very shabby. Not to mention other things, this spatial stone mine did not need to be mined at all. The amount of spatial stones that were exposed on the ground was extremely shocking. David released his spirit and scanned the spatial stone mine. He grabbed the most essential spatial stones. There were at least 2,000 of them, and they were all fist-sized. He sent one of the spatial stones to the World Tree. As soon as it came into contact with the World Tree, The spatial stone instantly turned into dust, and the spatial energy within was sucked dry. David felt a chill run down his spine. The spatial energy within the spatial stone was extremely dense. It was as if it was solid. Even if it was released through the alchemy circle, it would still take a while. However, the world tree absorbed all the spatial energy within the stone upon contact. The spatial stone itself also collapsed due to the complete loss of spatial energy. If the world tree did not absorb the spatial stone, but any other object, or even life, then what would the consequences be? And such a thing was actually on top of David's head. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. If the world tree was in a bad mood one day, it would do it to him. Of course, this was just David's imagination. Now that he and the world tree could be said to be one, the world tree could not leave him. How could it harm him? Just as David was thinking, he felt a fluctuation in his soul space, small world. His spirit entered the soul space, small world, and found that it was his soul space, small world, that shook slightly. After this shake, the small world in his soul space expanded a little. Although this increase was almost negligible compared to the entire small world, this was David's soul space. How could he not notice this slight change? How is this possible? David muttered to himself in shock. If spatial stones could increase the space of a small world, then how could there be so many spatial items in the great world of God? The shrines had long monopolized the production of spatial stones. Alexis, have you heard that spatial stones can increase the size of a small world? David asked the black dragon Alexis. No. Although I did not become a god through faith, the increase of a small world requires a large amount of complex resources to fill it. It is not something that can be increased just by using the energy within a spatial stone. The black dragon Alexis gave a clear answer. David was just confirming his own thoughts. He had never seen this in any inheritance book. In fact, although spatial stones were relatively precious, that was only relative. The great world of God had already discovered spatial stone mines and were mining them in large quantities so that every knight could have their own spatial items. This kind of preciousness was just more strictly controlled. Almost no spatial stones were flowing out of the mines, and only finished spatial items appeared in the market. As a grandmaster alchemist, David knew the reason behind this. Once spatial stones were used without limit, no matter how much they were produced, they would not be able to support the consumption of spatial stones. If a spatial stone was used to make a starship, it would be able to make a super-large starship that was 100 times larger than its surface area, not to mention alchemy carriages and residences. The great world of God blocked the flow of spatial stones in order to ensure that knights' spatial items had priority. David touched another spatial stone to the world tree, and the stone exploded again. The spatial energy contained within was converted into special energy by the world tree to expand the small world. He felt the small world in his soul shake slightly again and expand a little. David did not hesitate. He sent the spatial stones to the world tree one by one, and the world tree turned them into special energy after touching them. 2,000 spatial stones seemed like a lot, but for the small world in his soul, it was only a little bigger. David used his mind to grab all the exposed spatial stones, but he quickly realized that the world tree was picky about its food. Some of the smaller spatial stones would not be absorbed even if they came into contact with the world tree. Fortunately, the spatial stone mine was big enough, and David himself was the most professional excavator. The talent of underground sneak allowed him to freely control the soil and stones in the ground. Under his control, spatial stones that met the requirements of the world tree rose in the area within his spirit range. The crazy consumption continued, and David's small world in his soul expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. David did not know how many spatial stones the world tree needed. The storage of spatial stones here was extremely large. He used the talent of underground sneak to continuously mine for an hour, but only managed to mine 1/10 of the amount. How many spatial stones do you need? David tried to contact the World Tree and asked this question. The world is too small. I need to expand it, the World Tree replied. Although the answer was simple, David understood what the World Tree wanted to say. The World Tree disliked the small world in David's soul, and it was expanding it in its own way. David had no way to increase the size of the small world. The god of plagues, Gladstone, was not a powerful god. It was thanks to the heir of gods that he had a small world. In addition, the god of plagues, Gladstone, had fallen, and the small world had lost a lot of energy. After it merged with David's soul, it became even smaller. If the World Tree had a choice, it would not have liked David's small world in his soul. However, at that time, the World Tree could not refuse the only choice, no matter how bad it was. Complete annihilation was a great fear for any intelligent being, even for an existence like the World Tree. The World Tree had lost a lot of its memories, but as long as it was alive, its instincts would make it choose to continue living. Now that the World Tree had stabilized, it chose to remedy its choice. It strengthened David's small world in his soul so that it could meet the basic needs of the World Tree. David sped up the process of grabbing the spatial stones. When he used his spirit, he also felt the changes in his spirit. The maximum range of his spirit was still increasing, and the power it could control was also increasing. Even the depth it could penetrate into the ground was increasing. This was actually an improvement made by the World Tree for him to mine deeper. Chapter 1081. David's soul space had doubled in size, but the price was that all the space stones that met the requirements in the entire space stone mine had been mined by David. Because of this explosive mining, the space stone mine had been greatly damaged and could no longer be recovered. David did not hold back. He mined all the smaller space stones that did not meet the requirements of the World Tree and threw them into the space pendant. If this space stone mine was in the Interstellar Federation or the Great World of God, David would not have drained the pond to catch all the fish. This was the insectoid world, and he had just destroyed the energy barrier here. If he did not mine all the space stones, the next time he came here, they would be mined by the owner of the space stone mine. Instead of benefiting the insectoids, it would be better to benefit himself. That was what David thought. After this, David's mind range had increased to a little more than 200 kilometers. He could understand the extra 100 kilometers. After all, his soul space had doubled in size. However, this additional radius of 1 meter was a little strange. Previously, before the World Tree absorbed the space stone, his mental range had already increased by nearly 1 meter. When the World Tree absorbed the space stones and the small soul space expanded, David realized that his mind range had also increased at the same time. At that time, he thought that he had found the answer to his mind range of almost 1 meter. However, after half a day of mining, this 1 meter range had increased by a little. Just as David was about to study his soul space small world, he felt a fluctuation in space. David did not hesitate. He immediately activated his talent abilities Space and Underground Sneak, and took his clones underground. Only the Blade Mantis King and Assassin Mantis King clones were left behind in the sky and on the ground respectively. Being in the insectoid world, David adhered to the principle of being careful. He did not let his guard down just because he had a strong combat ability. He did not want to appear in front of any insectoid. If the insectoids knew that there was a human in the insectoid world, the entire insectoid world would probably come after him. Although with his current strength, the chances of him leaving alive were not high, he still had to be very careful. The planet where the space-piercing Beetle King was located was very far away from this resource planet. Even if a legendary insectoid flew over, it would take at least 5 days. However, the space-piercing Beetle King only took a few hours. This was the strength of the space-piercing Beetle King. If it could reach the legendary level, its ability would be even more terrifying. It could travel anywhere in the world in a shorter time. After sensing that the energy barrier had been destroyed, the first thing that the space-piercing Beetle King thought was what kind of existence would provoke it. After all, its aura was left on the energy barrier. In this star field, all high-level insectoids were familiar with its aura. Those who dared to ignore its aura and destroy its energy barrier must have something to rely on. That was why the space-piercing Beetle King had brought the 4 sturdy Beetle Kings to protect it, just in case the enemy was troublesome. However, it was clear that the space-piercing Beetle King had underestimated its opponent. When it emerged from space, it sensed an unfamiliar legendary aura. The space-piercing Beetle King sensed the aura of the Blade Mantis King. It did not notice the inconspicuous Assassin Mantis King on the ground. This couldn't be blamed on the space-piercing Beetle King. Even the other 4 Beetle Kings didn't notice the existence of the Assassin Mantis King. As long as the Assassin Mantis King did not attack, it would automatically hide its presence. Let alone under the terrifying presence of the Blade Mantis King, as long as the Assassin Mantis King did not reveal itself, it would not be easy to find it. David's mind was in the soul of the Blade Mantis King. He looked at the space-piercing Beetle King and the 4 armored Beetle Kings and felt a little strange. Since when did the Zerg races level 5 appear in groups? When the Zerg race waged war, level 5 Zergs would appear in group. However, that was the result of gathering them together. Just like the level 5 Temple Knight in the Great World of God, level 5 Temple Knight rarely gathered together. They were all scattered in different corners of the Great World of God. However, no matter why these level 5 Zergs came together, David was not prepared to let these level 5 Zergs leave alive. My space stone mine. The space-piercing Beetle King woke up from the terrifying presence of the Blade Mantis King. It saw the tragic state of the space stone mine. At this time, the space stone mine had already become a ruin. The space stones that were originally laid out on the ground had all disappeared. In the area of the space stone mine, there was obviously a very deep hole. David's mind was in the soul of the Blade Mantis King, so he could instinctively understand the words of the space-piercing Beetle King. He was a little curious. The Great World of God was not respected by strength. Why was this space-piercing Beetle King not afraid of the Blade Mantis King? Although it was initially shocked by the presence of the Blade Mantis King, after recovering, it showed an expression of equality. It was not fake. I am the subordinate of the Spider King. No matter where you came from, hand over the stolen space stone and I will let you go. Otherwise, even if I can't deal with you, the Spider King's anger is not something you can withstand. The space-piercing Beetle King threatened angrily. Of course, the space-piercing Beetle King was not threatening casually. On the head of the space-piercing Beetle King, a faint spider mark appeared. The mark was golden, showing the nobility of this spider mark. If it was any high-level Zerg in the Zerg race's world, as long as they saw this golden spider mark, they would know who this mark belonged to. Through the eyes of the Blade Mantis King, David saw the golden spider mark. At the same time, he felt that the golden mark carried a trace of divine power. This made him shudder. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. He had randomly found a resource planet in the Zerg race's world and encountered a Zerg that was related to the Zerg race's god level. In fact, this was not a coincidence. As long as it was an extremely precious mineral, it was almost impossible to occupy it without a strong background. Unless it was a mineral that had never been discovered before, it would be possible for a Zerg with no background to occupy it. Resource planets like these that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years had long been owned by someone. It was not something that ordinary Zergs could touch. David's killing intent rose in his heart. He had no intention of letting these 5 level 5 Zergs live. The space-piercing Beetle King's words made him move faster. The Blade Mantis King's legendary talent, blade territory, was activated. Within a range of 8,000 meters, countless blades covered the area. As soon as the 4 vertical beetle kings realized the danger, they were hit by the blades consecutively. Their shells were broken, their heads were pierced, and their hearts were pierced. The space-piercing beetle king also sensed the danger. Just as it was surrounded by countless blades, a golden shield appeared and blocked all the blade attacks. The blade mantis king's figure flashed and approached the space-piercing beetle king under the ineffective blade attack. The space-piercing beetle king wanted to use its special spatial ability to escape, but in the blade territory, it was not that easy to escape. A territory was a territory not only because of its natural ability, but also because of the sealing effect that all territories had. The space within the territory was sealed. Of course, the strength of this spatial sealing effect was not high. At least, it would not be effective against Zergs of the same level. If the space-piercing beetle king was legendary, it would not be hindered by using its spatial ability to escape. However, the space-piercing beetle king was only level 5, so it could only watch as the blade mantis king waved its terrifying blade at it. The space-piercing beetle king didn't think that it could withstand a melee attack from a legendary-level blade mantis king just by relying on a barrier created by the imprint. After all, the blade mantis race was known for their offensive power. "Lord Spider Emperor, save me!" The space-piercing beetle king shouted loudly without caring about its image. Ever since the space-piercing beetle king was discovered to be a mutated Zerg, it had an excellent natural ability. Since its natural ability was extremely important, it had not suffered any hardship. In fact, the Spider Emperor that the space-piercing beetle king called Lord Spider Emperor did not intend to use the space-piercing beetle king's combat power. Instead, he was only interested in the space-piercing beetle king's spatial ability. Therefore, when cultivating the space-piercing beetle king, he did not consider its combat power at all. Therefore, the space-piercing beetle king's combat power and temperament were not strong. Although it had reached the peak of level 5, its temperament was not even comparable to a level 4 Zerg. As the space-piercing beetle king shouted, a ray of light flashed on the golden mark, and within the light, a huge golden shadow appeared. It was a Zerg that had the upper body of a human female and the lower body of a spider. David, on the other hand, was very familiar with this race. This was the half-body spider, a terrifying arachnid race that humans would fear upon seeing. What appeared now was naturally not an ordinary half-spider, but the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation. Although the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation was only left in the mark of the space-piercing beetle king and was used to protect the space-piercing beetle king, it was naturally not very strong. However, its strength was still at the beginner level of a demigod. When the half-spider Emperor's godly spirit avatar appeared, the blade mantis king's blade domain collapsed. The energy levels of both sides were not on the same level at all. In addition, the domain itself was not meant to be used against those of the same level, let alone the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation that was one level higher. Bind. The half-spider Emperor's god incarnation made a sound that made the whole area tremble. From the body of the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation, a thin thread flew out and wrapped around the blade mantis king. David controlled the blade mantis king to dodge, but he found that because of the demigod aura of the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation, the blade mantis king's movement was slower than usual. Although it was slower by a little, it was unable to dodge the attack of the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation's god incarnation. The thin thread seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically circled back and forth on the blade mantis king's body. In a breath's time, the blade mantis king was tightly wrapped. The space-piercing beetle king's eyes were full of joy. It was also the first time it had used the half-spider Emperor's mark. It never knew that the mark left behind by the half-spider Emperor could be so powerful. In front of the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation, the legendary-level blade mantis king did not even have the power to fight back. The Blade Mantis King's body made the sound of its carapace being squeezed and cracked. The thin thread on the Blade Mantis King's body kept tightening, and its carapace was unable to withstand the pressure and cracked. The eyes of the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation did not have a trace of emotion. This god incarnation was actually a product of the half-spider Emperor's god's will and god power. It was a bit like the AI system of the Interstellar Federation. It did not have actual intelligence, but it made decisions based on the environment. Although the space-piercing Beetle King was valued by the half-spider Emperor, it was not to the extent that the half-spider Emperor had to pay attention to it personally. David was preparing to let the Black Dragon Alexis make a move. Although once the Black Dragon Alexis made a move, the existence of a powerful non-Zerg race in the bug world would definitely be exposed, he could not just watch the Blade Mantis King get killed. The Blade Mantis King was David's doppelganger. To a certain extent, it was David himself. Its soul was also his doppelganger. Just as David was about to save the Blade Mantis King, he suddenly realized that the Assassin Mantis King had appeared behind the half-spider Emperor's godly spirit avatar without him noticing. Since the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation did not need to move after it appeared, the space-piercing Beetle King and the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation had been standing side by side in the air since the beginning. Therefore, when the Assassin Mantis King appeared behind the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation, it happened to be in the space-piercing Beetle King's blind spot. David's heart skipped a beat. He did not take over the Assassin Mantis King's actions. When the Assassin Mantis King quietly approached the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation, it was not under David's command. It was the Assassin Mantis King's battle instinct. Hiding itself, quietly approaching the enemy, and delivering a fatal blow. This was the Assassin Mantis King's battle style. In a situation where the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation and the space-piercing Beetle King were all distracted by the Blade Mantis King, the Assassin Mantis King's actions were even more covert. The Assassin Mantis King's original purpose of cultivation was to assassinate a god. Although the cultivation process was not completed and it was killed and resurrected by David, the half-spider Emperor's god incarnation was not a real god. Chapter 1082. The Assassin Mantis King approached the back of the Spider Emperor's god spirit avatar and was already within its attack range. David controlled the Blade Mantis King to let out a shrill roar. At this time, the thin threads had already broken through the shell and entered the body of the Blade Mantis King. If they entered again, the body of the Blade Mantis King would be shredded into pieces. The roar of the Blade Mantis King sounded more like a scream before its death. Although it had gathered all of its strength, it had not learned any sonic attack. Therefore, it could only vibrate the air around it, causing an ear-piercing sound. It did not cause any damage. However, the moment the roar was heard, the Assassin Mantis King launched his attack. The legendary rank talent, Fatal Strike, and the pair of dark golden blades that the Assassin, the Mantis King, had been nurturing since his resurrection, burst out in an instant. The attack of the Assassin Mantis King was beyond the attack range of a legendary Zerg. It could even cause some damage to a demigod. If the Assassin Mantis King had attacked a real demigod Zerg, with the shell of a demigod Zerg, it might have been able to reduce some of the attack power and only cause some damage to the demigod Zerg. But the body of the Spider Emperor's god spirit avatar was made of pure energy and did not have the shell of a Zerg. The situation of the Spider Emperor's god spirit avatar was similar to that of the Assassin Mantis King. The Assassin Mantis King sacrificed a lot of its defense and focused all its energy on one attack. The Spider Emperor's god spirit avatar did not have much defense either. It only relied on the thin threads, which could be used to attack and defend, to a certain extent, to replace its defense. The Assassin Mantis King's attack exceeded this level. It was trained to be a hidden method to get close to the enemy. It was originally designed to assassinate a deity. Although it was not fully trained, it would not have much of a problem against a demigod. The assassin Mantis King's God Spirit avatar used the Fatal Strike talent ability within the attack range. When it realized that there was an attack coming from behind, it was already too late to retract the thin threads to defend. The pair of dark gold blades swept across the golden body of the Spider Emperor's God Spirit avatar and easily cut open its golden skin. After that, it broke through the internal energy and swept towards the God Spirit inside. The Spider Emperor's main body was cultivating. Suddenly, its body shook. Although the God Spirit left in the space-breaking Beetle King had the ability to move independently and did not need to be controlled by the Spider Emperor himself, when the God Spirit was fatally damaged, it would still sense it. God Spirits were very important. Although a deity had many God Spirits, each God Spirit avatar's God Spirit avatar was the most important part of a deity's body. "Who is it?" The half-Spider Emperor roared, and began to analyze the location of its godly spirit avatar's death through the information of its godly spirit avatar's death. On the other side, the body of the Spider Emperor God avatar suddenly collapsed, and the thin threads that were entangled around the Blade Mantis King disappeared. The Shadow Servants flew over and absorbed the souls of the 4 vertical Beetle Kings and the remaining fragments of the divine will of the half-body Spider Emperor. At that moment, the space-breaking Beetle King was obviously shocked. It was very weak, so when it saw that the God Spirit avatar of the Spider Emperor that it relied on was killed by another legendary-level assassin, the Mantis King, it lost its confidence to fight. Although the assassin Mantis King didn't have the lethal strike talent, its battle instincts were still there. The dark gold blade pierced through the heart of the space-piercing Beetle King, causing it to die instantly. At that moment, David appeared in a flash. He put the 5 level 5 bug corpses into the space pendant. The Shadow Attendant also sucked the soul of the last space-breaking Beetle King into its body. David's mind entered the small world in his soul space and activated the space coordinates of the Bug Tribe's world safe spot. A wormhole appeared, and he put all of his avatars into the God-level space card. Then, he flashed into the wormhole. He knew very well that after killing the God Spirit avatar of the Spider Emperor, the Spider Emperor would definitely come after him. David did not know how long it would take for the Spider Emperor to come after him, so he did not dare to stay any longer. That was why he used the space coordinates and left the scene immediately. Although he had the god-level combat power of the Black Dragon Alexis, the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit, and the 5 demigod clones, and seemed strong enough, this was the Bug Tribe's world. The Black Dragon Alexis's power was limited here. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit could not even retain half of his combat power in the Bug Tribe's world. The 5 demigod clones were better, but they were still far from being able to fight against a god level. The Spider Emperor was not good at space movement. After it calculated the location of its god spirit avatar's death, a spider web appeared, and a large amount of godly power gathered towards the web. The spider web could not withstand the gathering of godly power and exploded. The moment it exploded, space was torn apart by the power of the explosion. The Spider Emperor drilled into space and reappeared. It had already passed through half of the star field. After that, it continued to create spider web explosions and arrived at the resource planet in less than 10 seconds. The Spider Emperor was not good at space movement, which was why it wanted to cultivate the space-piercing Beetle King. At level 5, the space-piercing Beetle King could travel through space. When it reached the legendary stage, although the space-piercing Beetle King wasn't as fast as the half-body Spider Emperor, it didn't need to expend much energy. It only needed to spend a little more time to bring the half-body Spider Emperor to anywhere. Although it only took the Spider Emperor 10 seconds to reach the resource planet, the cost of the spider webs it consumed was frighteningly high. If it wasn't for the fact that it wanted to capture and kill the enemy's doppelganger, it wouldn't have consumed so much. The spider web of the Spider Emperor was limited. After expending a part of it, It would need a large amount of energy to replenish and some time to recover. The Spider Emperor arrived at the scene of the battle. In its perception, there was not even a trace of its avatar left behind. It should be known that even if the divine mind was destroyed, there would still be fragments left behind. Unless there was a demigod or god-level existence at the scene, only such strength could clean up the battlefield so cleanly. There was not even a trace of aura left at the scene, so the Spider Emperor could not find any clues. It only took 10 seconds to arrive. In the eyes of the Spider Emperor, 10 seconds was enough. Unless the enemy had space ability, 10 seconds would not be enough to escape far. It could sense it. The Spider Emperor had no clues. It could not help but think about the message that the God Spirit Avatar sent back before it died. A legendary assassin, the Praying Mantis King, had ambushed the God Spirit Avatar. Did the Blade Mantis Emperor do it? The Spider Emperor thought to itself. However, the half-Spider Emperor quickly rejected this idea because it knew that the Blade Mantis Emperor did not have the time to do so. Recently, the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor had caused quite a ruckus. They had closed off all contact with the outside world and were constantly chasing each other in the Zerg world as if they had a death feud. The Spider Emperor was sure that under such circumstances, the Blade Mantis Emperor would not appear here. The reason why it suspected the Blade Mantis Emperor first was because the assassin was from the Blade Mantis clan and belonged to the Blade Mantis Emperor's territory. The Blade Mantis Emperor was no longer a suspect, so who could it be? The Spider Emperor thought about the god-level Zerg it had a grudge with. It did not consider the other Zergs because without the god-level Zerg backing it up, the assassin would not have dared to attack the god-level Zerg's avatar. The half-Spider Emperor thought of the space-piercing Beetle King and couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. The space-piercing Beetle King was a mutated insectoid with such excellent talent. It was too rare. It had been cultivated for hundreds of years, but it was killed in the early stages of its great use. The more it thought about it, the more it felt pity. The Spider Emperor analyzed the names of the god-level Zerg in its mind. David did not know what the Spider Emperor was thinking. He had already returned to the Space Fisher. He summoned the clone from the Divine Artifact space card and allowed it to continue cultivating the Emperor's inheritance rune. David summoned his Shadow Attendant and placed one hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder. Based on his past experience, this pure spiritual energy would flow into his soul space, small world, and strengthen it. However, what David did not expect was that the World Tree would stop the spiritual energy from the Shadow Attendant just as it was about to enter his soul space, small world. This is not good. It was obvious that the World Tree did not care about spiritual energy. Perhaps to the World Tree, spiritual energy from the outside world was not as good as the spiritual energy it slowly converted. David did not hesitate. His soul space, small world's development speed had long exceeded his imagination. One had to know that in order to develop his soul space, small world to its previous level, it had absorbed a huge amount of soul energy. However, the World Tree had only absorbed the energy of a space stone mine, and it had doubled the space of the small world. The spiritual energy that David absorbed would not be of any benefit to his soul space, small world. David did not waste it. He transferred the spiritual energy to the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder. This spiritual energy was very beneficial for the black dragon Alexis's soul recovery. "Thank you, Master," the black dragon Alexis said gratefully. After David sent the spiritual energy out, he ordered the Shadow Attendant to list the knowledge light balls he had obtained today. The 4 knowledge light balls of the armored Beetle King were swept back into the sea of knowledge light balls. He had killed the armored Beetle King before. The first thing he paid attention to was the knowledge ball of the space-piercing Beetle King. He was extremely curious about the space-piercing Beetle King. What was so special about a level 5 insectoid that was watched over by a half-spider emperor and protected by a spirit sense? Break space talent. This was the talent ability of the armored beetle king's knowledge light ball. David guided the break space talent knowledge light ball into his soul space small world. During the process, he was worried that the world tree would stop the knowledge light ball from entering. If the world tree stopped the knowledge light ball, he would have to have a good talk with the world tree. Fortunately, the world tree did not stop the knowledge light ball. That did not affect the soul space small world. From this, it could be seen that guiding the spiritual energy into the soul space small world might not be a good thing for David's current soul space small world. David's soul space small world was the habitat of the world tree. The world tree would only make the soul space small world stronger and stronger. It would definitely not do anything that would destroy the soul space small world. When the break space talent knowledge light ball entered the soul space small world, it immediately turned into a break space pattern. David's mind came into contact with the void breaker pattern and truly understood the details of the void breaker talent ability. The break space talent ability was a very special spatial ability. Generally speaking, many insectoids with spatial abilities could perform spatial movement within a certain distance. Spatial insectoids that could perform long-distance spatial movement were extremely rare. For example, the spatial giant beetle from before could perform long-distance movement by establishing long-distance spatial coordinates in advance. The break space talent ability ignored everything. As long as it was given a direction, it could forcibly break space and open a long-distance spatial exit. From this exit, it could achieve long-distance movement. David concluded that if he returned to the resource planet from the spatial rift, according to the Blade Mantis King's flying speed, it would take 3 days to reach the target. However, if he used the break space talent ability, this time would be shortened to 3 hours. This was because the break space talent ability was a level 5 talent ability. If the break space talent ability reached the legendary level, this distance would only take a few minutes. If the break space talent ability reached the demigod level, it would only take a few seconds to reach the target. After knowing this, David could not help but regret killing the break space beetle king. He even had the idea of cultivating the break space beetle king. It was no wonder that the spider emperor would cultivate the break space beetle king. In order to protect the break space beetle king, it did not hesitate to form a doppelganger imprint with its divine will to protect the break space beetle king. The 4 armored beetle kings should have been arranged by the half-spider emperor. David could now understand the thoughts of the half-spider emperor. The space-piercing beetle king, which had the talent ability to break through space, was really the best means of transportation. After being cultivated to the demigod level, it would be extremely convenient to go anywhere in the world. Chapter 1083. The Shadow Attendant also listed out a ball of knowledge, and David knew that it was the most important one. It was the ball of knowledge left behind by the half-spider emperor's god-level avatar. The god-level avatar of the half-spider emperor might not have as many abilities as the original half-spider emperor, but in order to let the god-level avatar have powerful fighting power, the half-spider emperor would definitely give the god-level avatar some innate ability. No matter what kind of innate ability the half-spider emperor gave the god-level avatar, there would at least be one or several god-level innate abilities. David had long since looked down on ordinary innate abilities, but he still attached great importance to god-level innate abilities. Any god-level innate ability could display terrifying power. Entanglement of spider silk, innate ability, ball of knowledge. He focused his mind on the ball of knowledge and got the name of this god-level ball of knowledge. Just as David thought, the entanglement of spider silk innate ability was a god-level innate ability. This innate ability used godly power to simulate spider silk and use it to entangle and bind the enemy. David was worried at first, but then he was happy. He was worried because the prerequisite for the entanglement of spider silk innate ability was the spider silk. Other than a few types of zergs, where could humans go to get spider silk? And even if they got spider silk, it would be a big problem to freely control it and maintain its power. The happy thing was that although David didn't have the entanglement of spider silk innate ability, he had the godly weapon Death God's chains. 6 Death God's chains were much stronger than 6 spider silk. David could use the Death God's chains to replace the spider silk and display the entanglement of spider silk innate ability. All along, when David used the Death God's chains, he always thought of ways to get close to the enemy and use other innate abilities to make the enemy unable to move. Only then could the Death God's chains succeed. The reason why he didn't use the Death God's chains as a normal attack method was because his ability to control the Death God's chains couldn't match the effects of the Death God's chains. If David had to choose between the Night Battle Sword and the Death God's chains, he would first choose the Night Battle Sword because he had the sword innate ability. He could fully display the power of the Night Battle Sword. With the entanglement of spider silk innate ability, the Death God's chains in his hands could also be used. David was very satisfied that he had obtained 2 innate abilities, and they were both useful innate abilities. He guided the 5 level 5 soul origins from the Shadow Servants into his soul dimension. After assimilating them, his soul avatars grew to a total of 142. Of course, David wanted to use one of the soul avatars of the Void-Piercing Beetle King to revive the Void-Piercing Beetle King. In his mind, even the half-body Spider Emperor of the Bug Clan valued the Void-Piercing Beetle King so much. Reviving the Void-Piercing Beetle King didn't cost him anything. It was just a level 5 soul avatar. Reviving the Void-Piercing Beetle King might bring him surprises in the future. The process of reviving the Void-Piercing Beetle King was very easy. After the Void-Piercing Beetle King's body was revived, David sent the soul avatar of the Void-Piercing Beetle King back into the body of the Void-Piercing Beetle King. After a few minutes of recovery, the Void-Piercing pattern appeared in the Void-Piercing Beetle King's new soul space. The Void-Piercing innate ability of level 5 was remastered by the Void-Piercing Beetle King. David also discovered that although the Void-Piercing Beetle King wasn't very powerful, its level wasn't low at all. It had just been revived, but its level was maintained at the pinnacle of level 5. David's mind was in the Void-Piercing Beetle King's soul. He immediately discovered that the Void-Piercing Beetle King had an extremely urgent need for the space energy around it. Although the Void-Piercing Beetle King was already his avatar, he still didn't want the Void-Piercing Beetle King to destroy the environment here. After gaining the Void-Piercing innate ability of the Void-Piercing Beetle King, David's movement became even faster. This allowed him to travel as he wished in the Bug Clan world. In the star map provided by the Spirit Clan, there were many space stone mines. He decided that whether it was for the expansion of his own soul space or the growth of the Void-Piercing Beetle King, he had to explore the Bug Clan world. Of course, he didn't want to go out for a while. The half-spider emperor was probably looking for the murderer all over the world. The half-spider emperor sent out an investigation order to its territory and the territories that were on good terms with it to find clues about the assassin Mantis King. In the entire Bug Clan world, there weren't many legendary rank bugs. However, the assassin Mantis King was cultivated for assassination, so even if there was a legendary rank assassin Mantis King, it wouldn't be announced to the public. On the 3rd day, the half-spider emperor received an important piece of information. A burrowing beetle king revealed that it had seen the assassin Mantis King in the territory of the golden-winged beetle king. When the half-spider emperor heard this, it didn't ask for confirmation from the golden-winged beetle king, because it didn't have a good relationship with the golden-winged beetle king. The golden-winged beetle king was also the biggest suspect of the half-spider emperor. Now that it received confirmation that the golden-winged beetle king had cultivated the assassin mantis king, the half-spider emperor believed that the golden-winged beetle king was the mastermind. As for saying that the burrowing beetle king was lying, it was completely impossible. If it wasn't for the fact that the burrowing beetle king was a level 5 bug in the territory of the half-spider emperor, the burrowing beetle king would never reveal anything related to another bug god. The burrowing beetle king was born with the ability to hide underground, and it could sense what was happening above ground. This ability made the burrowing beetle king especially good at scouting and setting traps. It was normal for the assassin mantis king to be discovered by the burrowing beetle king when it was moving above ground. The half-spider emperor had also considered the reason why the golden-winged beetle king had killed the burrowing beetle king. The half-spider emperor was good at battlefield control, and its spider silk had the ability to imprison its enemies. Even if it was also a god, its spider silk would be a headache. This made the half-spider emperor have a natural advantage over many other bug gods in terms of combat power. The golden-winged beetle king, which was good at speed, was one of them. It was also because of this natural advantage that the half-spider emperor and the golden-winged beetle king could not become friends. The half-spider emperor didn't have many weaknesses, and long-distance teleportation was its weakest. If it used its own spider silk to forcefully teleport, then when it reached the battlefield, the large amount of spider silk used up would greatly reduce its combat power. The best way to solve this problem was to cultivate a mount with powerful teleportation abilities. The burrowing beetle king was something the half-spider emperor spent a lot of effort to find and cultivate. If the burrowing beetle king did not leave the territory of the half-spider emperor, then at least when danger came, the half-spider emperor would rush over faster. Even in the territory of the half-spider emperor, no bug would dare to attack the burrowing beetle king, because once they did, there was a high possibility that they would not be able to leave the territory. The half-spider emperor thought that the golden-winged beetle king had used the space stone mine to lure out the burrowing beetle king, and then killed it. Of course, the golden-winged beetle king couldn't have done this personally. Perhaps it was the work of the golden-winged beetle king, but without the orders of the golden-winged beetle king, the assassin mantis king wouldn't have attacked the burrowing beetle king, let alone be bold enough to attack the god-level clone of the half-spider emperor. Therefore, after determining that it was the golden-winged beetle king that had attacked the burrowing beetle king, the half-spider emperor ordered all the bugs in its territory to attack. As long as they saw any bugs in the territory of the golden-winged beetle king, they could take the initiative to attack. In the next 10 days or so, the territories of the half-spider emperor and the golden-winged beetle king, these two god-level bug race, kept having friction. The golden-winged beetle king didn't know why the half-spider emperor would take the initiative to provoke it, but it didn't ask about it. Since the half-spider emperor dared to provoke it, it naturally had to return the favor. The bug race didn't need any evidence. Because of one-side speculation, there was constant friction between the two territories. David didn't know that because of him, the conflict between the two god-level bug race in the bug race's world had intensified. After more than 10 days of training, the 5 demigod clones had improved a lot compared to before. These days, nothing happened on the Interstellar Federation side. The communication device that he left in the Interstellar Federation safe point would receive regular messages from the Federation. Through Ironside's level 5 bishop clone, even if he was in the bug race's world, he could still know what was happening in the Interstellar Federation. Colonel Eugene and the Kerr Intelligence Organization would send regular messages to this communication device every day. If there was an emergency, Colonel Eugene could also use this method to indirectly contact David. Currently, the Interstellar Federation's biggest event was the negotiations between the Blackfield Army and the Federal High Command. It was said that the negotiations between the two sides had entered an advanced stage. As for the defense line in the Iridia sector, After a period of reorganization, Lieutenant General Radner showed his outstanding ability to build the defense line in an orderly manner. Many of the defense lines in the war zone were investigated by the teams sent by the Federal High Command, and many officers were found. The great world of God was extremely peaceful. Currently, all the organization's attention was focused on the portal. The surface of the lander planet, on the other side of the portal, had been cleaned up by Lord Harlow. The Knight of the Great World of God and the Transcendent Kaji of the Interstellar Federation had formed a hunting team that was constantly collecting bug race corpses. Currently, there were no signs of Level 5 bug race corpses in the areas that had been cleaned up. After so many days, David didn't think that the Spider Emperor would continue to investigate the matter. The God-level bug race wouldn't waste so much time on such a small matter. He looked at the star map of the bug race's world again. This time, he chose a resource planet that was relatively far away. At the same time, there was also a space stone mine on that resource planet. This trip was different from the previous ones. David became the main force. He put all of his doppelgangers into the Divine Portal card. This time, the Black Dragon Alexis on his shoulder didn't enter the Divine Portal card. David's consciousness entered the small world of his soul and activated the break space pattern. In front of him, the space automatically separated. When his consciousness entered, he could feel that there was an exit on the other side of the space. Without hesitation, he jumped into the space. In a short time, David had already crossed a very long distance. The innate ability, break space, didn't require much spatial energy, especially when David would enter the interior of the space channel every time he used the innate ability, break space. The time he spent in the portal was very short, but it was enough for his space pattern to make up for the energy he used before. In other words, as long as David wanted to, he could continuously use the break space ability without worrying about the energy in the space pattern. David was very interested in the break space ability at first, but after a long time, he became numb to it. He just instinctively used the break space ability again and again to hurry on his way. "Sir, be careful." Just as David was about to enter the portal again, the Black Dragon Alexis suddenly warned him. David was shocked. His sensitive senses also noticed that something was wrong. On the other side of the portal, he sensed a terrifying aura. Moreover, it wasn't just one aura, but two God-level auras that were constantly intertwined. 2 God-level insectoids. David knew what he had encountered. He didn't dare to enter the portal again. He couldn't even be sure that the 2 God-level insectoids on the other side of the portal didn't notice his existence. It should be known that the break space ability was to forcibly break space, opening an entrance to the portal in front and an exit in the distance. Although the distance between the entrance and exit was very far, that was only for non-God-level insectoids. For God-level insectoids, this distance was very likely to be within the range of their senses. The God-level insectoids had the convenience of the environment in the insectoid world. The rules of the world even allowed them to forcibly break space to achieve long-distance teleportation. David couldn't be sure that the God-level insectoids didn't have any special detection methods. David wanted to leave immediately and hide far away. He might be able to fight one God-level insectoid with his advantage in numbers, but if there were 2 God-level insectoids, there was no need to think about it. He knew that he was definitely no match for them. Chapter 1084. The Black Dragon Alexis said with a relaxed tone, "My lord, the 2 bug tribe god-tier beings over there are severely injured. Their breaths are extremely unstable, and they are still fighting." According to the Black Dragon Alexis's senses, there were indeed 2 bug tribe god-tier beings on the other side. However, both of them were not in good condition. Judging from the fluctuations of the battle, this battle had probably lasted for a long time. The two bug tribe god-tier beings had expended a lot of energy and were at the end of their rope. David could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" He could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" The black dragon Alexis suggested excitedly, "My lord, this is a rare opportunity. As long as you can stall one of the bug tribe god-tier beings for 3 seconds, I can first severely injure the other bug tribe god-tier and cause it to lose its ability to fight. Then, I can finish off the remaining one." The black dragon Alexis did not want to let go of such a good opportunity. If he did not reap the benefits of the battle between the two weakened god-tier beings, he would feel that he would be letting down his luck. The divine body of a god-tier being was extremely tempting to any god-tier being. Killing a god-tier being would allow one to obtain everything from the other party. 3 seconds. David was a little hesitant. 3 seconds was not a good time to resist. He had seen the terror of a god-tier being. The bug tribe god-tier beings had the divine body of a god. Even if they were weak, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. Based on your judgment, can the combined clones in the gigantified state hold off a bug tribe god-tier being for 3 seconds? David still asked the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis was the one who suggested this. The only combat strength David could mobilize was the combined clones. The rest of his combat strength was not enough. In fact, with the combat strength of all of David's clones, even if a bug tribe god-tier was standing there, his clones would not be able to do anything to the bug tribe god-tier being. Only the combined clones in the gigantified state and the concentrated point explosion talent could pose a threat to the bug tribe god-tier beings. However, the clone was extremely important to David, and he could not afford to lose it. There's no problem. Meltdown's innate ability plus the increased defense after gigantification can block the weakened insectoid deity's attack for a moment. Black Dragon Alexis said with certainty. The chase between the Titan Golden Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor had been going on for a long time. The Titan Golden Emperor's injuries were getting out of control. This time, the Blade Mantis Emperor caught up to him. A bitter battle ensued once again. The Blade Mantis Emperor's pair of blades kept trying to attack the Titan Gold Armored Emperor's body. Naturally, the Titan Gold Armored Emperor would not let it succeed. It defended and counterattacked at the same time. Since he was in outer space, he naturally wouldn't cause any damage to his surroundings. However, space was still in an endless cycle of shattering and recovering. After such a long chase, the Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor were very familiar with each other's fighting style. Although the battle between them seemed intense, both of them still had energy left. They knew that it was impossible to determine a winner in this kind of battle. In the end, victory depended on the physical condition of both parties. Blade Mantis Emperor was about to fall out of the celestial tier, while Titan Golden Emperor's injuries had worsened. His original injuries had been added to the Blade Mantis Emperor's injuries that couldn't be healed. Blade Mantis Emperor didn't have much godly power left in his body. There was no godly power left in his attacks, which greatly reduced the power of his attacks. The Titan Gold Armored Emperor had been hunted for a long time, so it naturally knew how to protect its weak wounds. As for the rest of its golden armor, the Blade Mantis Emperor would not be able to break through it no matter how hard it tried. Titan Golden Emperor, on the other hand, couldn't use his full strength due to his injuries. He could only rely on his godly power to increase his attack power. However, his injuries had greatly reduced his speed. It wasn't easy for him to hurt Blade Mantis Emperor. It was under such circumstances that Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor had the same idea. They wanted to exhaust each other through battle. Now, it all depended on whether Blade Mantis Emperor used up all his godly power or Titan Golden Emperor couldn't hold on due to his injuries. The winner would be the one who held on until the end. Hand over the king's inheritance rune. I can swear that I will share it with you. Why are you still holding on? Blade Mantis Emperor said as he attacked. Titan Golden Emperor scoffed at Blade Mantis Emperor's words. Only an idiot like Blade Mantis Emperor would lend out the King's Inheritance Rune. The King's Inheritance Rune could be lent out. This was something all the celestial Zerg knew. There were a total of 9 King's Inheritance Runes in the entire Zerg world. However, almost no celestial Zerg would lend out their own King's Inheritance Rune. The reason was that the King's Inheritance Rune had a strong dependence on the King's Inheritance Rune. Once the King's Inheritance Rune was taken away, the celestial Zerg's strength would continuously decline. On top of that, once the King's Inheritance Rune left the celestial Zerg's body, it would be in danger of being lost. The possibility of this happening was extremely low. However, Blade Mantis Emperor had encountered such a situation. Therefore, Titan Golden Emperor thought Blade Mantis Emperor was an idiot. How much godly power do you have left? Look at this attack. If you had godly power, you would have been able to hurt me. Titan Golden Emperor taunted. Actually, Titan Golden Emperor was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away as soon as he had the chance. At this moment, Titan Golden Emperor taunted Blade Mantis Emperor to use his godly power one more time. This would increase the consumption of Blade Mantis Emperor's godly power. Just as Titan Golden Emperor and Blade Mantis Emperor were taunting and attacking each other, a ripple of spatial energy could be felt. Then, the golden-armored Titan Emperor and the Blade Mantis Emperor sensed a familiar god-tier aura. Blade Mantis Emperor even sensed its own King's Inheritance Rune. Originally, Blade Mantis Emperor didn't have this ability. However, the longer it was away from the King's Inheritance Rune, the more it missed it. Perhaps it was the fusion of the clones in the gigantified state. While it amplified its own aura, it also amplified the aura of the King's Inheritance Rune. At such a close distance, the King's Inheritance Rune that had followed Blade Mantis Emperor for countless years, which was originally a part of its body, was now close to it. Blade Mantis Emperor had always dreamed that one day, it would be able to clearly sense its own King's Inheritance Rune. Then, it would attack and kill the enemy and take back the King's Inheritance Rune. After taking it back, Blade Mantis Emperor swore that it would never let the King's Inheritance Rune leave its body again. That day, Blade Mantis Emperor gave the King's Inheritance Rune to another Blade Mantis of the same race, allowing it to reach the legendary rank in one fell swoop. Just as it was about to advance to a higher rank, the King's Inheritance Rune was stolen by a human. That day became a nightmare for Blade Mantis Emperor. Every time it thought about it, it would feel extremely vexed. Blade Mantis Emperor didn't hesitate and rushed towards the gigantified clones. It had already sensed the aura of the person who had stolen the King's Inheritance Rune. The King's Inheritance Rune was still there. At this time, Blade Mantis Emperor couldn't care less about the Titan Golden Emperor. Retrieving the King's Inheritance Rune would make up for everything it had lost. Blade Mantis Emperor didn't care about the strange state of the clones. The bug tribe had many strange forms. Perhaps there were very few humans, but the appearance of a strange form didn't pique the curiosity of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Its desire for the King's Inheritance Rune exceeded all other curiosity. After Black Dragon Alexis left the portal, it returned to its true form and rushed towards the 2 bug tribe god-level bug tribe beings. Black Dragon Alexis's original plan was to attack first and separate the 2 bug tribe god-level bug tribe beings. After that, David would control the gigantified clones to hold back one of the bug tribe god-level bug tribe beings. However, he did not expect that as soon as he rushed out of the space passage, the Blade Mantis Emperor would take the initiative to give up the battle with the Titan Gold-Armored Emperor. Instead, it turned around and rushed to merge with the clone in its gigantified state. Black Dragon Alexis didn't care about Blade Mantis Emperor. It continued to rush towards the Titan Golden Emperor. Its dragon claws were filled with terrifying energy as they clawed at the Titan Golden Emperor. Titan Golden Emperor naturally recognized the Black Dragon Alexis. When it was at its peak, it was suppressed by the Black Dragon Alexis. Now that it was severely injured, it was no match for the Black Dragon Alexis. Titan Golden Emperor knew that it was in big trouble. Its divine body was already damaged beyond recognition. If it fought Black Dragon Alexis in this state, it would most likely die. In order to survive, Titan Golden Emperor decided to fight with its life on the line. It opened its mouth and spat out a green blood mist. The blood mist contained divine power, which greatly increased the power of the blood mist. Under the cover of the green blood mist, the lower half of its body was cut off and turned into a complete Titan Golden Armor Emperor. It continued to retreat. On the other hand, the real, Titan Golden Armored Emperor borrowed the reaction force of the green blood mist and paid the price of a piece of golden armor to blast open the space and then enter the space. Black Dragon Alexis didn't expect the Titan Golden Emperor to be so decisive. Because the green blood mist contained divine power, it affected the Black Dragon Alexis's senses. In addition, this was the Zerg world, which greatly suppressed the Black Dragon Alexis's senses. This caused it to misjudge and mistake the lower half of the Titan Golden Emperor for the Titan Golden Emperor. When Black Dragon Alexis grabbed the Titan Golden Emperor, it realized that something was wrong. There was something strange about the Titan Golden Emperor in its claws. As the Black Dragon's power washed over the Titan Golden Emperor's body, the illusion of this body was broken, and the lower half of the body was restored. The green blood mist was also washed away by the Black Dragon's power and dissipated. At this time, Black Dragon Alexis also felt the fluctuation of the portal's energy. Its expression was extremely ugly. It had boasted to David that it would leave the Titan Golden Emperor behind. The angry Black Dragon Alexis wanted to destroy the body in its hands, but it stopped in time. The body in its hands was also a spoil of war. The spoil of war didn't belong to the Black Dragon Alexis, but to David. On the other side, the Blade Mantis Emperor rushed toward the merged clone in its gigantified state. The Blade Mantis Emperor was extremely confident. No matter how weak it was, killing a demigod would be a piece of cake. The Blade Mantis Emperor swept its blade towards the gigantified clone. David, who was already prepared, was still shocked. This was because the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade was too fast. Fortunately, before David came over, he controlled the gigantified clone to use the Melt Talent ability. A Melt Tower shield blocked in front of him. The Blade Mantis Emperor didn't care about the Melt Tower shield formed by the clone. In its eyes, any defense was useless. The blade hit the Melt Tower shield. The blade cut into the shield, and with every inch it went in, it consumed the terrifying power of the blade. But how could a god-level attack be blocked so easily? Although the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't use any divine power, the Melt Tower shield was still penetrated in a breath's time. Of course, the Blade Mantis Emperor was also shocked. It didn't expect the Melt Tower shield to be so strong. The blade continued to slash towards the clone. With this buffer, David reacted. There wasn't much David could do. He could only retreat. The blade swept past the clone's body and brushed past it. The tip of the blade cut through the dragon's scales. The scales didn't have any defensive effect and were cut open. After its attack missed, the Blade Mantis Emperor continued to pursue and attack, and another blade came attacking again. David realized that he had underestimated the god-level bug. These 3 seconds were not easy to delay. He also knew that if he didn't go all out, his clone would die here. David's main body entered the small world in his soul space and used the speed precept of the small world. The moment he used the speed precept of the small world, he realized that it was completely different from before. He didn't need to use the speed precept of the small world to transfer energy to the main world. After he activated the speed precept of the small world, the main world stopped. David stepped into the space tunnel and appeared on the battlefield. Then he activated the Entanglement of Spider Silk talent ability. This was the only talent he had that was effective against a god-level bug. David's main body's strongest sword skill, even with the Knight's Battle Sword, wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Blade Mantis Emperor. Chapter 1085. David was in the midst of the law of speed. This time, the effect of the law of speed was much stronger than before. This was because the speed of the blade mantis emperor had become extremely slow in his eyes. It must be known that in the past, when David had used the law of speed to deal with the godly level Titan Emperor, the Titan Emperor's movements had been much faster. At that time, the Titan Golden Emperor was still in the great world of God and was suppressed by the law of the great world of God. David did not think that the blade mantis emperor was weaker than the golden-armored Titan Emperor. This was the bug tribe's world, after all. The blade mantis emperor would only be able to unleash greater combat power. There was only one reason, and that was that the effect of the law of speed was stronger. In David's opinion, there was only one possibility for the law of speed to become stronger, and that was because of the world tree. The last time he checked the small world in his soul space, he felt that something was different, but he could not pinpoint what it was. Now, David finally knew what was different about the small world in his soul space. The world law of the small world in his soul space was strengthened. This also allowed him to activate the law of speed in his soul space and directly interfere with the outside world. No one had ever controlled the world tree, so no one knew what effect the world tree had on the small world. David had to figure it out on his own. A pair of white energy wings appeared on David's back, and a thin barrier appeared around his body. He flashed to the side of the blade mantis emperor. Under the effect of the innate ability, cobweb entanglement, the 6 divine gears death god chains flew towards the blade mantis emperor. Under the control of the cobweb entanglement talent ability, the death god's chains quickly lengthened. The 6 death god's chains were like 6 strands of spider silk as they wrapped around the huge divine body of the blade mantis emperor. This was the first time that entanglement of spider silk was used in actual combat. That a death god's chain could change in size, length, and length at will. Then entanglement of spider silk. S innate ability was fully displayed. When the blade mantis emperor was bound by the death god's chain, the binding effect of the spider web did not work. This couldn't be blamed on the entanglement of spider silk, as it was a true god-tier innate ability. It could only be blamed on the fact that David was too weak compared to the blade mantis emperor. With David's legendary rank strength, even if he used a god-tier innate ability, it would still be a pipe dream to imprison the god-tier blade mantis emperor. When the death god's chain came into contact with the blade mantis emperor, the effect of the rule of speed also disappeared. This was because David was too weak. When he wasn't in contact with the blade mantis emperor, the rule of speed was still effective. But when he came into contact with the blade mantis emperor, it was as if the rule of speed was directly applied to the divine body of the blade mantis emperor. Although the rule of speed was a powerful basic rule, it also depended on who was using it. If the difference in strength was too great, it wouldn't be able to display its full potential. David felt the death god's chain in his hand shake violently. One by one, the death god's chain bounced off the divine body of the blade mantis emperor. When there was only one death god's chain left, the blade mantis emperor pulled it back. David wasn't here to die. His main body was here to support the attack. The main attack was still to be carried out by the giantified clone avatars. The giantified clone avatars took advantage of the moment when the blade mantis emperor was bound by the death god's chain to activate the point explosion ability. David sighed in his heart. It was a pity that his rule of speed could only be used on his main body. While he was using the rule of speed, his other avatars couldn't share the effects of the rule of speed. If the giantified clone avatars could share the effects of the rule of speed, David wouldn't have had to take the risk of using the death god's chain to activate the entanglement of spider silk ability. The point explosion ability would have hit the blade mantis emperor long ago. Just as the blade mantis emperor pulled the last death god's chain, the point explosion ability exploded. Since the blade mantis emperor had lost the emperor's inheritance rune, its strength had dropped to the lowest level of a god-tier Zerg. Its defense had also dropped to the lowest level of a god-tier Zerg. The point explosion ability, after gathering the energy of the 5 demigod clone avatars, had reached a level where it could threaten a god-tier Zerg. With a boom, the point explosion exploded in front of the Blade Mantis Emperor's chest. The Blade Mantis Emperor's movement to pull the Death God's chain slowed down. The god-tier Zerg's terrifying racial defense ability came into play. The so-called racial defense ability referred to the Zerg's carapace. The carapace could add another layer of defense to the original defense. The point explosion ability hit the Blade Mantis Emperor's breastplate, but it only caused a small crack to appear on the Blade Mantis Emperor's breastplate. The damage done to the Blade Mantis Emperor was also limited. However, David's attack did not stop there. In fact, he could no longer hold back. After his main body appeared, he had to go all out. Although the point explosion only managed to break the Blade Mantis Emperor's breastplate, it also caused the Blade Mantis Emperor to lose control of its body. Using this opportunity, David's main body pulled the Death God's chain and used the Death God's chain to quickly approach the Blade Mantis Emperor. He activated the Rule of Strength in the small world of his soul space. This Rule of Strength made him feel as if he was controlling the entire small world. At this moment, David did not have the time to think about how to increase the Rule of Strength. He activated the Fatal Strike ability and pulled out the Knight Sword from its scabbard. The Knight Sword flashed with a dark golden light as it pierced forward. This strike was already the limit of what David's main body could achieve. His strength had been increased to the limit through the Rule of Force, and the divine weapon that he had nurtured for a long time had also increased its sharpness by quite a bit. The Fatal Strike had gathered all of his strength into one strike. Compared to the Blade Mantis Emperor's body, David's main body was extremely small. The Death God's chain retracted, David pulled, and his energy wings increased his speed. All of this allowed his sword to pierce the Blade Mantis Emperor chest before the Blade Mantis Emperor could even react. Golden blood splattered out. The Blade Mantis Emperor, which had lost the protection of its breastplate, had no way of withstanding the power of this blow at all with its divine body behind its breastplate. The most important thing was that David's strike contained all of the small world's mass. It was like a small world attacking the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Knight's sword did not even reach the Blade Mantis Emperor, but even so, the strike did not pierce the Blade Mantis Emperor's heart. The Blade Mantis Emperor was also shocked. It had never been so close to death. If the Knight's sword had been just a little longer, the strike would have pierced its heart. The Blade Mantis Emperor's divine body trembled, and David felt the weight in his hand lighten. The divine artifact Knight's battle sword left his hand. Just as the Blade Mantis Emperor was about to attack David, the Blade Mantis Emperor rushed over and let out a dragon roar, causing the Blade Mantis Emperor to pause. The Blade Mantis Emperor noticed that the Titan Golden Emperor had escaped with heavy injuries. The Black Dragon Alexis was not something the Blade Mantis Emperor could deal with in its injured state. Although the Blade Mantis Emperor was extremely aggrieved at being injured by the weak David, and it was even more reluctant to give up the Emperor Inheritance rune that had fused with its giant clone. But in the face of life, all of this could be delayed. The Blade Mantis Emperor gathered what little divine power it had left. Its blade cut open space and entered the Blade Mantis Emperor. On the other side, David's energy wings had already wrapped around his entire body. He was prepared to withstand the Blade Mantis Emperor's full power attack. But it was obvious that his actions were in vain. The Blade Mantis Emperor had no intention of using David's life in exchange for the Black Dragon Alexis attack. As long as the Black Dragon Alexis delayed it, the Blade Mantis Emperor wouldn't be able to escape easily. The Black Dragon Alexis looked at the closing space and turned to David. "My lord, you can't take such a risk. It's too dangerous." Just now, the black dragon Alexis was almost scared to death. It didn't expect David to use his main body. The black dragon Alexis' original plan was to use the giant clone's defense and vitality. With the black dragon body, even if the blade mantis emperor were to injure it, it wouldn't be in any danger. With the giant clone's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to stall the blade mantis emperor for 3 seconds. But the black dragon Alexis didn't expect David to use his main body to take the risk of killing the blade mantis emperor on his own. After all, David's main body's life didn't belong to David alone. It also concerned the safety of the black dragon Alexis. "I miscalculated my own strength," David said, ashamed. In terms of battle plan, David was successful, but he didn't take into account the huge difference between his main body and the blade mantis emperor. David's goal wasn't to injure the blade mantis emperor, but to kill it in one hit. This was why he didn't leave any room for maneuver after using all his strength, causing the Divine Knight's sword to fall out of his hands. "I was too impatient. I should have waited for the 2 Bug Clan deities to fight for a while before making my move." The black dragon Alexis reflected. At the end of the day, this was the Bug Clan's world. The black dragon Alexis' strength was still affected. If he were to fight the Titan Golden Emperor in the great world of God, he wouldn't have made a mistake in his perception and allowed the Titan Golden Emperor to escape. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's continue to hunt down the Bug Clan deities," David quickly said. "You have a way to track down the escaping Bug Clan deities?" The black dragon Alexis was slightly stunned and asked. It was no wonder that the black dragon Alexis was puzzled. Even the black dragon Alexis had no way of tracking down the escaping Bug Clan deities in the Bug Clan's world. David was only at the legendary rank. How could he track down the Bug Clan deities? "That Bug Clan deity took away my Divine Knight battle sword. I can sense the location of the Divine Knight battle sword," David said somewhat anxiously. After the Divine Knight battle sword left his hands, it had been kept by the Blade Mantis Emperor. He didn't know when the Blade Mantis Emperor would take out the Divine Knight battle sword and remove the ownership from it. He had to find the Blade Mantis Emperor before that happened. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to track down the Blade Mantis Emperor, but he also wouldn't be able to get the Divine Knight battle sword back. After saying this, David didn't wait for the black dragon Alexis to reply. He directly activated the Void Breaker ability and opened a portal in the space in front of him. The black dragon Alexis went through the portal first, followed by David's original body. Finally, the gigantified clone merged with it. The Blade Mantis Emperor came out of the portal. It was extremely weak at the moment. It only had a bit of divine power left to support it from falling from the deity rank to the demigod rank. The most important thing now was to find a safe place and find a way to recover some of its divine power. It was a bit sad. As a deity, it didn't have the ability to cultivate its own divine power. Once it left the Emperor Inheritance Rune, its divine power would only go out. Only the Bug Clan deities would be like this. Other deities wouldn't be in this situation. The Emperor Inheritance Rune was an advantage of the Bug Clan, but it was also a shackle that prevented the Bug Clan from leaving the Emperor Inheritance Rune. If the Emperor Inheritance Rune disappeared one day, then the Bug Clan would be destroyed. Without a deity, the Bug Clan would have no way of defending themselves. The Blade Mantis Emperor spat out a piece of armor from its mouth. There were strange runes on the armor. These runes weren't drawn by humans. They were naturally formed. This armor piece was the Blade Mantis Emperor's final trump card. It was made from the corpse of a mutated space bug. Through extremely cruel means, the mutated space bug's spatial ability was forced to the surface of the bug's shell. Then, the mutated space bug was killed to obtain this armor piece. In the Bug Clan world, it wasn't a good thing for a strong Bug Clan to raise a weak Bug Clan. Other than the Bug Clan's direct bloodline, the rest of the Bug Clan's raised Bug Clan had a corresponding purpose. For example, the half-spider emperor raised the space-piercing beetle king as a mount. This was already a very good reason to raise it. The blade mantis emperor reluctantly activated the armor piece. In an instant, a wormhole appeared and it entered. 1 second after the blade mantis emperor left, a portal appeared. The black dragon Alexis appeared, followed by David. Huh! The Bug Clan deity left so far away at once? David discovered that the blade mantis emperor wasn't here. He resensed the location of the knight's battle sword and was a little surprised. Chapter 1086. David sensed that the Divine Knight's battle sword had already left this star field and was extremely far away. However, he also noticed that the Divine Knight's battle sword had stopped moving after reaching that position. Luckily, he had the Void Break ability. Although he couldn't fly that far in one go, as long as he knew the direction, he could quickly get closer. "Sir, please put away your clone and sit on my back," Black Dragon Alexis suggested. David understood that this would indeed speed up their movement. After all, this was the Zerg world. If they swaggered around like this, it was very likely that they would encounter a powerful Zerg. As long as he sat on the Black Dragon Alexis's back, there wouldn't be any danger. "Okay." David nodded. He jumped onto the Black Dragon Alexis's back. A piece of the Black Dragon Alexis's back turned into a chair. He didn't hesitate and sat on it. The next step was very convenient. David only had to continuously activate the Void Break ability. The Black Dragon Alexis carried him through the space tunnel. David also had the spare energy to continue sensing the Divine Knight's battle sword's position. What made him feel relieved was that the Divine Knight's battle sword had not moved at all. Even the Divine Knight's battle sword's consciousness had not been removed, so he could be sure that its position had not changed. The Blade Mantis Emperor was inside a planet. There were no other Zergs on this planet. This planet was its territory. This was one of the shelter of the Blade Mantis Emperor. It was also its warehouse, where it stored items that were extremely important to it. This planet was originally where the original owner of the armor plate, the mutated Zerg, lived. The teleportation point was set inside this planet. After the Blade Mantis Emperor made the armor plate into a life-saving armor plate, the Blade Mantis Emperor cleaned up the planet and rebuilt it into a shelter. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Blade Mantis Emperor would not use the life-saving armor plate, nor would it use any of the items here. The Blade Mantis Emperor gently waved its blade, and a golden crystal flew out from the treasury. It was the Divinity Crystal. The Divine Power Crystal was not a treasure that an insectoid god could produce. Instead, it was a spoil of war from many years ago, a reward obtained after defeating a god that had become a god through faith. There were only 5 Divinity Crystals, which were very few in number, and they were the least valued in the treasury. If it wasn't for the fact that he had lost the inheritance rune, the amount of godly force that the Blade Mantis Emperor could gather in a few hours would be more than the Godly Force Crystal. To a god-level insectoid, the Godly Force Crystal was a beautiful collectible. But now, the Divinity Crystal that he had looked down upon in the past had become the Blade Mantis Emperor's last resort to preserve his realm. The Blade Mantis Emperor looked at the Divinity Crystal and was a little annoyed that he had collected too little. It wasn't that he didn't have the means to obtain the Divinity Crystal, but the Divinity Crystal was not a valuable item. The Blade Mantis Emperor threw the Divinity Crystal into his mouth. The tiny Divinity Crystal was like a grain of sand to him, but he still accurately bit it with his teeth. The Divinity Crystal exploded in the Blade Mantis Emperor's mouth. The Divinity Crystal had been condensed from 100 million believers' faith for 100 years. The Blade Mantis Emperor closed his mouth tightly, not letting any of the Divinity Crystal go to waste. He let his divine body absorb all of the Divinity Crystal. Sensing the Divinity Crystal's Divinity Crystal, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. This amount of Divinity Crystal could only last him for a few more days. Even if he used up all 5 divinity crystals, he would only last for 20 days. During this period of time, the Blade Mantis Emperor couldn't use his divinity crystal. All of his divinity crystal had to be used by his divine body. A deep sense of helplessness rose in the heart of the Blade Mantis Emperor, but it did not give up. It thought of the golden-armored Titan Emperor. After losing a small part of its body, the golden-armored Titan Emperor's injuries could be said to be extremely severe. As long as he could find the Titan Golden Emperor, the Blade Mantis Emperor would have the hope of obtaining the inheritance rune. Thinking up to this point, the Blade Mantis Emperor's eyes shone with a glimmer of hope. It wasn't impossible to find the Titan Golden Emperor's location. After so many battles, the Blade Mantis Emperor had left some of his special energy in the Titan Golden Emperor's body. The Blade Mantis Emperor was reminded of its injuries. It looked at the breastplate on its chest and sensed the Divine Knight's sword that had penetrated deep into its body. The Divine Knight's battle sword was like a dead object in the Blade Mantis Emperor's body. To the Blade Mantis Emperor, it was only the size of a small thorn. However, the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword was a little strange. The Blade Mantis Emperor wanted to use his mind to take it out, but he found that the effect of his mind on the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword would be scattered to the side. He wanted to use his muscles to forcefully expel the Divine Knight's battle sword from his body, but the Divine Knight's battle sword stubbornly remained in place. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the Blade Mantis Emperor to remove the Divine Knight's battle sword. All he had to do was enlarge the gap on his breastplate and use his front claws to clamp out the Divine Knight's battle sword. However, the Blade Mantis Emperor was about to go after the Titan Golden Emperor. Enlarging the gap on his breastplate was equivalent to giving the Titan Golden Emperor a fatal flaw. A small thorn, without any external force, would not be able to harm its divine body. Although it couldn't be removed, it could restrict the movement of the thorn. This was also why David could sense that the Divine Knight's battle sword had not been removed. In fact, the Blade Mantis Emperor and most of the other god-tier insectoids were very crude when it came to the usage of energy. Of course, the Divine Knight's battle sword was a divine artifact created by the god of war. It had its own special properties, one of which was that it couldn't be easily removed from the body. The Blade Mantis Emperor's body flashed and left the treasury. It didn't use its long-range spatial ability. That would be a waste of divine power. In its perception, the distance between it and the golden-armored Titan Emperor was only a day away with its speed. There was no need to waste its precious divine power. Most importantly, the Titan Golden Emperor's injuries weren't something that could be healed in a few days. One day wasn't even enough for the Titan Golden Emperor to stabilize its injuries. In order to ensure that it had the strongest combat power, the Blade Mantis Emperor decided to fly through space to find the Titan Golden Emperor. David, who was tracking the Blade Mantis Emperor, suddenly felt that the Divine Knight's battle sword was moving at a constant speed. This made him feel a little strange. He had seen how god-tier insectoids move. In the insectoid world, the god-tier insectoids directly tore through space to move. David had never seen such a special method of moving through space even in the great world of God. Perhaps it had something to do with how precious divine power was. The divine power of a god-tier insectoid was too easy to obtain. Therefore, the insectoid god-tier insectoids didn't value their divine power too much. If the Blade Mantis Emperor was a god-level creature that could store godly power, then after it lost the Emperor's inheritance rune, it wouldn't have to worry about its godly power consumption for at least 10,000 years based on the huge amount of godly power that the Emperor's inheritance rune gave it. However, the insectoid god-tier insectoids always used as much divine power as they could. In the eyes of the insectoid god-tier insectoids, only divine power that could be converted into their own strength was valuable. The god-level bug tribe's god-level cultivation method was too unique. They used their faith to become gods to obtain godly power, and they used the godly power to cultivate their godly body. Therefore, in order to maintain their godly body, they had to continuously obtain godly power from the emperor's inheritance pattern. Once the divine power couldn't sustain the divine body, the insectoid god tier insectoid's divine body would continuously weaken until it fell out of the god tier. Even if it fell to the demigod level, it would still continue to weaken. However, the speed at which it weakened would decrease along with its realm. David thought to himself. Although he wanted to immediately chase after the Blade Mantis Emperor, he had a feeling that the Blade Mantis Emperor's destination might be even more rewarding. With this thought in mind, David set his target at the place where the Blade Mantis Emperor had stopped for a while. In his opinion, the Blade Mantis Emperor couldn't have stopped for a while for no reason. There must be some unexpected surprise there. Besides, once he reached there, it would be easier to track the Blade Mantis Emperor from there. After all, as long as the Blade Mantis Emperor didn't use long-range teleportation, David's innate ability, Void Breaker, would be able to surpass the speed of the Blade Mantis Emperor. After a period of time, the Black Dragon Alexis came out of the space tunnel again. In front of him was a planet. Sitting on the back of the Black Dragon Alexis, David was very sure that this was the place where the Blade Mantis Emperor had stopped for a long time. David's figure flashed and appeared on the surface of the planet. After obtaining the Void Breaker ability, his control of space had increased by a lot. This kind of short-range Void Breaker ability could be used with great precision. Because the distance between the Divine Knight's battle sword and the Divine Knight's battle sword was too far away, he could only pinpoint the location of the planet. However, he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. However, this wasn't a problem for David. He released all of his doppelgangers to investigate the surface of the planet. He also activated the underground sneak ability. David's will was very strong. Even underground, with the help of the underground sneak ability, his will could cover a range of 10 kilometers. This was a far cry from his 200-kilometer range, but it was already the maximum range he could reach underground. The Earth's restrictions on the will were very strong. A level 5 will couldn't even penetrate 10 meters underground. One could imagine how powerful a range of 10 kilometers was. David moved underground, using the Void Breaker ability to travel short distances of 10 kilometers from time to time. This greatly increased the speed of his exploration. Finally, he found an area where the will couldn't penetrate. It was 1,000 meters underground. To be honest, if it wasn't for David's underground sneak ability, and the fact that it was a combination of various drilling abilities, it would be very difficult for even the Zerg, who were good at moving underground, to find a shelter 1,000 meters underground, let alone humans. In addition, this shelter was hidden, so it was very safe. As long as the planet wasn't destroyed, this shelter wouldn't be discovered. David had too many talents, so most of the time, he was the only exception. He came to the area where the will couldn't penetrate. He sensed that there was an energy barrier in front of him. He didn't want to disturb the moving Blade Mantis Emperor by destroying the energy barrier. David used the Void Breaker ability again and opened up a space tunnel that led to the inside of the shelter. He didn't enter the shelter rashly. Instead, he called back all his clones and brought the Black Dragon Alexis with him. The Black Dragon Alexis shrunk its body and entered the shelter with David. As soon as they entered, David saw piles of treasures. Alexis, this Zerg god tier's hobbies are very similar to the giant dragons. David looked at the shiny items and couldn't help but smile. There were a lot of gems stored here. Many of these gems would be unparalleled treasures in the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. However, these things were not even as valuable as a perfect kryptonite to David. However, the Black Dragon Alexis squinted its eyes. Although it was inappropriate for David to compare the Zerg god tier to the giant dragons, the black dragon Alexis's attention was completely attracted by these gems. David looked at the black dragon Alexis and found it funny. However, when he thought about how the black dragon Alexis had been locked up for tens of thousands of years and didn't have his own collection, he sighed in his heart. He scanned the treasury with his will and found that other than the gems, there were some other items that were covered by the glow of the gems. First of all, there were 2 dark gold blades that were perfectly preserved. There wasn't even a trace of damage at the joint. Even the energy inside was very active. Normally, once an insect limb was separated from the insect body, it would lose its energy activity. Although the quality of the material at the tip of an elephant limb was better, it was still inferior to the condition of the insect body. However, the 2 dark gold blades in front of him were different. Not only were they god-tier materials, but they were also the most perfect materials that David had ever seen. David didn't know that these 2 dark gold blades were a pair of blades that had fallen off during the early stages of the Blade Mantis Emperor's transformation. They were also the sharpest pair of blades that the Blade Mantis Emperor had. Due to the fact that the blades were shed from the metamorphosis, their degree of perfection was extremely high. In addition, the Blade Mantis Emperor would occasionally use some of its divine power to strengthen the pair of blades, causing the 2 blades to be in excellent condition. Chapter 1087. The 2 dark gold blades were too big. They came from the body of the Blade Mantis Emperor, and had been nurtured by the Blade Mantis Emperor for a long time. The 2 blades were originally used by the Blade Mantis Emperor to make weapons that could be separated from its body, but David could not use them. If David used the 2 dark gold blades to make weapons, it would not be worth it. Neither David nor the black dragon Alexis had the ability to make divine weapons, but these 2 dark gold blades could still be used to make divine weapons. When it came to making divine weapons, the gods of the great world of God were the strongest. This was a choice they had no choice but to make. Humans were the best at using weapons. This was also because humans were born without sharp claws and teeth. In order to survive and defeat stronger enemies, humans used all kinds of materials to make weapons to defend themselves. Even if humans became gods, they still needed weapons to increase their attack power and defensive equipment to increase their defense. This was why they had all kinds of divine weapons. On the other hand, the Elephantine clan and the Colossal Dragon clan were born with strong defense and sharp claws. As their strength increased, their defense and claws would continue to evolve and become stronger. Therefore, the Zephyrs and Dragons did not need to learn how to make divine weapons at all. The divine weapons that they spent a lot of effort to make might not be as strong as their own divine bodies. David, on the other hand, was very happy. He put away the 2 dark gold blades. These 2 dark gold blades could be used by the clone in its gigantified state. The clone avatars used their palms together because David was greedy for convenience, and he could use other methods to replace it. For example, 4 clone avatars could use the wound on their palms to connect the wound on one clone avatar's body. This would free up a pair of hands to use the pair of dark gold blades. Through the battle with the Blade Mantis Emperor, David also discovered the weakness of the clone avatars in the giant state, which was that they could not use their strongest ability, the sword skill. In the gigantified state, the clone doppelganger could not use many innate abilities, and the only ones that could actively fight were the point explosion innate ability, the sword arts innate ability, and the black dragon force rule domain. The power of the black dragon's power rule was not very useful in a battle of the same level. The point explosion ability consumed a lot of energy, and after using it once, it needed to wait for the energy in the body to recover. Only the sword skill ability could be used as a normal fighting method. Before, because he did not have a suitable weapon, David did not even consider letting the clone avatars in the giant state use their hands, let alone using the sword skill ability. But now it was different. With these 2 dark gold blades, The clone avatars in the giant state could use the sword skill ability to fight. David also found some god-level bug shells. These were not as well preserved as the 2 dark gold blade. The energy inside had already solidified, but they were still the best defensive material. Unfortunately, because he did not have the ability to make divine weapons, David could only put these god-level shells away and wait until he had the ability to make them in the future. Divine weapons could only be made by gods because during the process of making them, not only did it require all kinds of precious materials, but it also required the use of divine power to complete the engraving of the divine patterns. Perhaps it was because David, as a human, had a different understanding of treasures compared to the god-tier blade mantis emperor of the bug tribe. He only found a few items in the treasury that he felt were useful. "Alexis, these gems are for you," David said with a smile to the black dragon Alexis, who was still staring at the gems. As soon as David finished speaking, all the gems in the treasury disappeared. The black dragon Alexis had been waiting for him to say that. Speaking of which, David still had no idea of the value of these gems. If there were gem specialists from the Interstellar Federation or the great world of God here, every gem in the treasury would be amazing. But these gems were piled up into a small mountain. The black dragon Alexis had seen the world. It had also experienced the era of the giant dragons in the great world of God. At that time, the giant dragons ruled the world, and the giant dragons had a lot of treasures. If it was just a pile of normal gems, how could the black dragon Alexis show such an expression? In fact, the black dragon Alexis showed such an expression to let David see it. It knew David very well and knew that David didn't care about these gems that didn't improve his strength. The black dragon Alexis was very confident that David would give these gems to it because of its expression, and it was the truth. David laughed a little. He didn't have any thoughts about the gems. He didn't lack wealth. Whether it was the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, he was one of the richest people in the world. How much wealth did he use? The only use of this wealth was to strengthen his status. "Let's go," David said to the satisfied black dragon Alexis. Although the speed of the divine knight sword was still the same, they couldn't stay here for too long. Coming out of the shelter, the black dragon Alexis grew bigger. David sat on its back and activated the break space talent ability again and again to track the divine knight sword. Because they couldn't go too fast, David still had time to summon the clones. After analyzing the various combinations of the 5 clones, David came up with the most suitable combination. One of the clones was the main body, and its left and right hands were connected to the back wounds of 2 other clones through the wounds on its palms. The wounds on its legs were connected to the back wounds of the other 2 clones. Using this method of connection and activating the gigantification talent ability, the hands and feet of the clones would each be made up of a clone. The most important thing was that the 4 clones could fight freely with their hands and feet. As for the main body clone in the middle, the king's inheritance pattern, in its body could continuously provide energy to the 4 clones. Although it was equally strange, the combat power was completely different. Especially when the gigantified clones fused together, the 2 dark golden blades could be held by the 2 clones on the left and right hands. When the gigantified clones fused together in a new form with 2 dark golden blades in their hands, David was pleasantly surprised. The 2 dark golden blades could actively absorb the divine power from the king's inheritance pattern. Before absorbing the divine power, the gigantified clones could only use the dark golden blades as sharp weapons on the same level as divine weapons. But after absorbing the divine power, the 2 dark golden blades formed a strong connection with the gigantified clones. In David's senses, it was as if the 2 divine blades were a part of the fusion of the gigantified clones. Even their power had increased by a knot. Even as the divine power entered the god-tier blade, the god-tier blade continued to strengthen at a slow pace. While David was chasing, the Titan Golden Emperor was madly devouring the level 3 Zerg, the Sky Light Beetle, on a planet. The sky light beetle was an Zerg with a healing talent. It was an extremely rare talent ability in the Zerg world. Because of this talent, almost no Zerg would actively attack the sky light beetle. The number of sky light beetles could not increase by a large amount. This was because although the sky light beetles would not be attacked much, they were also not aggressive. They could not compete for more resources, so their reproduction was greatly limited. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor had nurtured a large number of skylight beetles on this planet. This was something that most god-level Zergs would do, also that they would have enough healing Zergs in the event of a large-scale war. Of course, the healing of the Heavenly Light Beetle would not have any effect on a god-level entity like the Titan Gold Armored Emperor. However, the healing runes on the Heavenly Light Beetle's body would have an extremely weak effect on the Titan Gold Armored Emperor. This was also why the Titan Golden Emperor would devour the Sky Light Beetles. These Sky Light Beetles would not resist, and they could not resist. They would even line up in front of the Titan Golden Emperor to make it easier for the Titan Golden Emperor to devour them. Unfortunately, even though the Titan Golden Emperor had devoured a large number of sky light beetles, it did not help its injuries much. It only slowed down the rate of its injuries slightly. Blade Mantis Emperor, we will all suffer, the Titan Golden Emperor muttered to itself. The Titan Golden Emperor knew very well that with the cunning of the Blade Mantis Emperor, it was unlikely that it would be killed by the ambushers. After all, it was the main target of the ambushers, so it had suffered the heaviest damage. And when the Blade Mantis Emperor discovered that it had fled, it would also flee immediately. Although the Titan Golden Emperor hated the Black Dragon Alexis and David, it hated the Blade Mantis Emperor even more. Everything had started because of the Blade Mantis Emperor. If the Blade Mantis Emperor had not invited it to attack, it would not have been injured. After the Titan Golden Emperor was injured, the Blade Mantis Emperor chased after the Titan Golden Emperor in a frenzy. That was how it had been ambushed by the Black Dragon Alexis. The Titan Golden Emperor looked at the wounds all over its body. Its originally perfect golden armor was now in tatters. Its injuries were so severe that even a demigod bug could kill it. Unwillingness, anger, regret, annoyance, and other emotions rose in the heart of the golden-armored Titan Emperor. It did not hesitate any longer and sent a message to all the other god-level insectoids, including the Queen Mother. Then, through its subordinate insectoids, it spread the news to all the insectoids above the legendary level. The Blade Mantis Emperor has lost the Emperor's inheritance totem in the great world of God. Currently, the Emperor's inheritance totem is in the body of a human. When this message was sent out, it immediately sent the entire bug world into chaos. What did the Emperor's inheritance totem represent? It was the true greatness of every bug. It was even greater than the god-tier bugs themselves. Every bug's DNA was engraved with a devout belief in the Emperor's inheritance totem. This devout belief was also the foundation of the bug's existence. It could be said that the entire bug world was maintained by the Emperor's inheritance totem. The Emperor's inheritance totem created the god tier. However, among the 9 monarch inheritance runes, one of them had been snatched away by a human. This was simply intolerable. At the same time, the bug race was extremely angry at the loss of the Blade Mantis Emperor's inheritance totem. However, because they could not contact the Blade Mantis Emperor, even the Queen Mother could not give orders to the Blade Mantis Emperor. However, once the Blade Mantis Emperor appeared, every bug that saw it would report its location. It could be said that once the Blade Mantis Emperor's location was exposed, it would not be far from being killed by the other god-tier bugs. The Titan Golden Emperor used this method to make the Blade Mantis Emperor the public enemy of the bug race. The Titan Golden Emperor no longer cared about the fact that it was heavily injured. It was prepared to give up its territory and everything for the next few thousand years. It would hide and heal until it fully recovered. Disgrace. Mobilize all the scouts of the bug race and find the human hiding in the bug world. Almost all the bugs above level 5 in the bug world received the Queen Mother's anger at the same time. When the Queen Mother received the message from the Titan Golden Emperor, she was in disbelief. However, the Queen Mother knew very well that the Titan Golden Emperor would not lie about something like this, especially when the Blade Mantis Emperor could not be contacted. This strange situation was even more problematic. After Kiran believed the news from the Titan Golden Armored Emperor, another problem was placed in front of him. If the Blade Mantis Emperor had lost the Emperor's Inheritance Rune, then who was using the Emperor's Inheritance Rune, which occupied 1/9 of the power of faith in the Bug Tribe's world? There was no need to think too much about this question. The Queen Mother had already thought of the answer. The human who had snatched the King's Inheritance Rune from the Blade Mantis Emperor was bold enough to come to the Bug Tribe's world to steal the power of faith. Of course, the Queen Mother knew how helpful the King's Inheritance Rune was to cultivation. Almost all of the bugs with the King's bloodline who possessed the King's Inheritance Rune had only gone through a short period of growth. If the human was allowed to absorb the power of belief in the bug race world, then the human strength would increase to a terrifying level in a very short period of time. It would not be impossible for him to become a god-tier being. The bug race was basically helping the enemy cultivate god-tier beings. How could the Queen Mother tolerate this? No matter what, she had to find the human who had the inheritance totem. Chapter 1088. The status of the Queen Mother in the insectoid world was extremely high. However, this was only true for non-insectoid god-level existences. Every insectoid god level was no longer under the control of the Queen Mother. Although the Queen Mother could give orders to the insectoid god-level existences, whether or not they obeyed depended on the situation. The Queen Mother directly skipped the god-level existences of the insectoid race and gave orders to all insectoids above level 5. This was the greatest power that the Queen Mother could wield. As the spiritual leader of the insectoids, the Queen Mother's orders immediately caused the insectoid world to move. Every insectoid above level 5 had their own sphere of influence. They all sent out scouts to investigate the situation within their sphere of influence. The chaos among the insectoids did not affect the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Blade Mantis Emperor had long since shut off its ability to communicate with the outside world. After a day of flying, the Blade Mantis Emperor approached the Titan Golden Emperor's location. The Titan Golden Emperor had no choice. After devouring the skylight beetles to heal, it needed some time to absorb the energy within the healing runes. Healing itself required time. During this day, the Titan Golden Emperor felt that the deterioration of its divine body had stopped. Although it had devoured almost all of the skylight beetles that it had nurtured, it felt that this small price was worth it to be able to heal its injuries. The Titan Golden Emperor was already considering where to hide in order to survive the next few thousand years of hibernation. This state was actually similar to the slumber of a god who had become a god through faith. However, the Titan Golden Emperor's control over its divine power was too rough. Even with the continuous supply of divine power from the Emperor-level inheritance runes, it was not confident that it could recover its divine body in a short period of time. A few thousand years was the Titan Golden Emperor's most optimistic estimate. If the situation was not good, 10,000 years was not out of the question. Damn it! Why is the Blade Mantis Emperor here? While the Titan Gold Armored Emperor was deep in its thoughts, it sensed an aura that made it instinctively feel disgusted approaching. It was shocked as it thought to itself, that's right. Only then did the Titan Golden Emperor remember the special energy left by the Blade Mantis Emperor in its body. It thought that the Blade Mantis Emperor would rest for a while after escaping from the Black Dragon Alexis and David. The Titan Golden Emperor knew that the Blade Mantis Emperor had almost no godly power left. The most important thing for the Blade Mantis Emperor was to find a way to recover some of his godly power. However, the Titan Golden Emperor did not expect that the planet where it cultivated the skylight beetles was not too far away from the Blade Mantis Emperor's shelter. This coincidence made the Blade Mantis Emperor's priority to deal with the Titan Golden Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor sensed the state of its godly body. At this time, it could no longer break through space. Even though the Bug Clan godly tiers had their own ways of breaking through space to achieve long-distance teleportation, the Bug Clan godly tiers used their godly power to break through space. However, in reality, the long-distance teleportation of Bug Clan deities was an extremely crude application of divine power. The Titan Golden Armored Emperor used divine power to gather in its body and forcefully break open space. The Blade Mantis Emperor was relatively better. This was because its blade had a special ability to break through space. Therefore, it only needed to gather godly power in its blade to break through space and achieve long-distance teleportation. This was why the Blade Mantis Emperor was constantly chasing after the Titan Golden Emperor even though it had less godly power. Of course, there were some godly bugs that had even more troublesome long-distance teleportation. For example, the Spider Emperor did not have a godly body as strong as the Titan Golden Emperor's, nor did it have the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade that could break through space. It could only achieve long-distance teleportation at the cost of self-destructing its spiderwebs. Blade Mantis Emperor, if you don't let me live, I won't let you live either. The Titan Golden Emperor roared angrily at the Blade Mantis Emperor. What other ways do you have to save yourself? The Blade Mantis Emperor sensed the state of the Titan Golden Emperor's godly body and mocked it confidently. The state of the Titan Golden Emperor's godly body was similar to what the Blade Mantis Emperor had guessed. Although the Titan Golden Emperor's godly body had stabilized and deteriorated within a day, the Blade Mantis Emperor was surprised by the fact that the Blade Mantis Emperor had not expected it. The general situation was still under control. I've just announced that you have lost the Emperor's inheritance rune. You'll be hunted down by all the godly bugs. The Titan Golden Emperor also wanted to stall for time. It was using its godly power to secretly spread the news that the Blade Mantis Emperor was here. As a godly bug, the Titan Golden Emperor's godly body was extremely weak. Under such circumstances, if it used normal methods to spread the news in front of the Blade Mantis Emperor, the Blade Mantis Emperor would definitely know about it. That was why the Titan Golden Emperor had purposely spoken to the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Titan Golden Emperor was heavily injured, and it was difficult for him to circulate his divine power. After I kill you and obtain your Emperor's inheritance pattern, you'll be the one who will lose the Emperor's inheritance pattern. Tell me, do you think the clan will believe me, who has the Emperor's inheritance pattern, or you, who has died and lost the Emperor's inheritance pattern? The Blade Mantis Emperor asked sarcastically. In fact, the Blade Mantis Emperor wasn't in a good condition either. He couldn't use his divine power and his divine body was heavily injured. Although his injuries were much better than the Titan Golden Emperor's, the Blade Mantis Emperor was still worried that the Titan Golden Emperor would retaliate before his death. Therefore, the Blade Mantis Emperor was also looking for an opportunity to strike. He wanted to win with one strike and not give the Titan Golden Emperor any chance to retaliate. The two god-level insectoids with ulterior motives were facing off against each other. Neither of them had thought of the possibility of a third party benefiting from the battle. The insectoid world was so vast. How could there be such a coincidence that a powerful being would appear here? At least, before the Titan Golden Emperor sent out the news, the Titan Golden Emperor didn't believe that a powerful being would appear. The Divine Knight's battle sword has stopped. David reminded the Black Dragon Alexis as he patted it lightly. He had been sensing the state of the Divine Knight's battle sword. Previously, the Divine Knight's battle sword had been moving at a constant speed, but now it had stopped moving for a while. David used his ability to break space and opened a space tunnel slightly further away from the Divine Knight's battle sword. "Sir, there's a pleasant surprise. The two god-level insectoids that escaped are both here. The black dragon, Alexis said with a smile. Through the space tunnel, the two god-level insectoids' auras were very obvious. Then get ready. You and I will each deal with one of them, David suggested in a deep voice. This time, the black dragon Alexis didn't object to David taking action. The two god-level insectoids were in a very bad state. If possible, the black dragon Alexis could get rid of one of them within a breath's time. Therefore, whether it was David or David's clones taking action, it wouldn't be too dangerous. After David got the black dragon Alexis's approval, he started preparing his ability to break space again. This time, he opened a space tunnel right next to the two god-level insectoids. Before that, he had the 5 clones fuse together and activated their gigantism state. Each of them held a god-level blade in their hands. After he was ready, David's main body activated his ability to break space and opened the space tunnel. As soon as the two god-level insectoids sensed the fluctuation in space, the black dragon Alexis rushed out of the space tunnel. The blade mantis emperor reacted very quickly. As soon as it sensed the fluctuation in space, its godly body retreated. It was ready to escape without a fight. The black dragon Alexis didn't care about the blade mantis emperor's movements. Its first target was the Titan Golden Emperor. Although the Titan Golden Emperor was the most heavily injured, its godly body was filled with divine power. This made the black dragon Alexis a little worried. The black dragon Alexis did not want to let David attack the golden-armored Titan Emperor, whose divine body was full of divine power. His thoughts were the same as the blade mantis emperor. He was worried that the golden-armored Titan Emperor would die together with David when the time came. As for the black dragon Alexis, it wasn't worried at all. Even if the Titan Golden Emperor was at its peak, it wouldn't be able to do anything to it, let alone when the Titan Golden Emperor was so heavily injured. The Titan Golden Emperor looked at the black dragon Alexis's attack and didn't dodge at all. It wasn't that it didn't want to dodge, but its godly body's reaction speed was too slow for it to dodge. My enemies are all here. Then I'll kill them all. The Titan Golden Emperor really did want to die together with its enemies. It didn't care about anything else and sent a message to the other god-tier Zerg at the last moment. At this moment, the Blade Mantis Emperor could not stop the golden-armored Titan Emperor from sending out the message. The golden-armored Titan Emperor knew that once the message was sent out, the first batch of Bug Clan god-level experts would arrive in less than 10 breaths. As long as the god-tier Zerg could hold the Black Dragon Alexis back, the Black Dragon Alexis would definitely be surrounded and killed by the god-tier Zerg reinforcements. It was because of the god-tier Zerg's ability to send messages across space that almost no god-tier Zerg had ever died in the Zerg world. In the history of the Zerg race, the god-tier Zerg that died all died because they were ambushed in other worlds. Sir, we have to move faster. This god-tier Zerg sent a message for help. The Black Dragon Alexis didn't forget to remind David as it pierced the Titan Golden Emperor's chest with its dragon claw through the broken golden armor and into the Titan Golden Emperor's heart. At such a close distance, Black Dragon Alexis sensed the energy waves of the Titan Gold Armored Emperor's message. However, the Titan Gold Armored Emperor had given up everything just to send a message, so Black Dragon Alexis didn't expect that the Titan Gold Armored Emperor had already successfully sent out the message after discovering it. The Black Dragon Alexis didn't feel any sense of accomplishment at all. It did kill a god-tier Zerg, but it was all David's credit. It was just David's tool. It was David's divine weapon, the Knight's Sword, that provided the location. It was David's speed talent that helped the Black Dragon Alexis kill the Titan Golden Emperor. Just as the Black Dragon Alexis rushed out of the space tunnel, the gigantified clone merged with it. A melting shield blocked the gigantified clone's path. Its target was the Blade Mantis Emperor. As the Blade Mantis Emperor retreated, its greed once again overcame its rationality. The gigantified form of the demigod merged with its clone, and the aura of the Emperor's inheritance totem in its body was giving off a fatal temptation. As long as it killed the gigantified clone, it could take back the Emperor's inheritance totem. But how long would it take to kill a demigod? 1 breath? Half a breath? This was the Blade Mantis Emperor's confidence. It was also the reason why the Blade Mantis Emperor wanted to take the risk. All it needed to do was kill the gigantified clone and take the corpse. The Blade Mantis Emperor's divine body paused. Its blade flashed with a terrifying aura as it slashed towards the gigantified clone. Close combat was the strength of the god-tier Zerg. In this aspect, human gods were far inferior, let alone demigods. However, the demigod that the Blade Mantis Emperor encountered today was no ordinary demigod. In the gigantified state, the clones merged together, and the god-tier blade in their left hand met the blade of the Blade Mantis Emperor. When the god-tier blade unleashed by the swordsmanship talent came into contact with the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade, it didn't use brute force. Instead, it cleverly guided the power of the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade. Of course, the power of the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade wasn't that easy to guide. When the Blade Mantis Emperor felt that something was wrong, it gently turned the blade. In the face of absolute power, all techniques were useless. The Blade Mantis Emperor's blade slashed towards the gigantified clone again. However, after this change in direction, the power of the blade was reduced by half. The blade slashed down on the meltdown shield, but it wasn't imbued with godly power, and its power was reduced by half, so it was blocked by the meltdown shield. Although the melting shield was almost penetrated by the slash, it still managed to block it in the end. After blocking the blade of the Blade Mantis Emperor's blade, the god-tier blade in the right hand of the gigantified clone pierced towards the Blade Mantis Emperor at the same time. In terms of attack, the sword art talent ability was fully unleashed by the gigantified clone avatars. At such a close distance, the dark gold blade accurately pierced through the crack on the Blade Mantis Emperor's breastplate and continued to hit the Divine Knight's combat sword. The Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword was penetrated deep into the heart of the Blade Mantis Emperor with this strike. Even for a god-tier Zerg, the heart was fatal. Not to mention, the Divine Knight's combat sword had the power to kill gods. After it pierced through the heart, it had a fatal effect on the Blade Mantis Emperor. Chapter 1089. David's main body came through the space tunnel. When he arrived, the Black Dragon Alexis and the gigantified clone had fused and killed the 2 Zerg clan god-level experts. As soon as the main body appeared, the Shadow Attendant flew toward the Titan Golden Emperor. After the heart of the Titan Golden Emperor was pierced by the Black Dragon Alexis, a golden light flew out of the Titan Golden Emperor's divine body. As soon as the golden light appeared, space automatically separated. Just as the golden light was about to enter the separated space, the Shadow Attendant appeared where the golden light was and enveloped the golden light in its body. It was the same on the other side. The heart of the Blade Mantis Emperor's divine body was pierced by the divine weapon, the Knight's battle sword. When the divine body fell, a golden light appeared and opened up a space, preparing to escape. The Shadow Attendant had just absorbed the golden light of the Titan Golden Emperor when it disappeared. More than half of the golden light that came out of the Blade Mantis Emperor's divine body entered space, and was enveloped by the Shadow Attendant that suddenly appeared out of thin air. David didn't hesitate. He scanned the divine bodies of the 2 Zerg clan god-level experts with his mind and stored them in his space pendant. It wasn't until the bodies of the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor were stored in his space pendant that he believed that the 2 Zerg clan god-level experts had been killed. "My lord, let's leave quickly." The Black Dragon Alexis had a bad feeling and said in a low voice. David's mind entered the small world of his soul space and activated the coordinates of the Zerg clan's world safe spot to open a space wormhole. He fused the gigantified clone with the Black Dragon Alexis and stored it in the Divine Weapon space card before stepping into the wormhole. 2 breaths after David's silhouette disappeared, space exploded, and lightning scattered. An insectoid godrank with terrifying lightning flashing all over its body came out of space. The Extreme Lightning Sky Scorpion Emperor was a powerful insectoid deity with the innate ability to control lightning. It was also the fastest insectoid deity. After the golden armored Titan Emperor sent out the location of the Blade Mantis Emperor and the human who snatched the Emperor's inheritance rune, the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor happened to be in a nearby star field. The Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor had its own thought. Whether it was killing the Blade Mantis Emperor or the human with the Emperor's inheritance rune, it would bring great benefits to the Extreme Electric Scorpion Emperor. After killing the Blade Mantis Emperor because the Blade Mantis Emperor had committed a grave mistake, his godly body would no longer be restricted by the rules of the insectoids. The Extreme Lightning Sky Scorpion Emperor could refine the body of the Blade Mantis Emperor into a deity-level puppet, becoming its loyal deity-level helper. If it killed the human with the Emperor Inheritance Rune, it would be able to obtain the Emperor Inheritance Rune. This would allow the Scorpio race to obtain another Emperor Inheritance Rune. The Scorpio race's right to speak in the insectoid race would greatly increase, and their status would rise. In order to arrive faster, the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor consumed a large amount of godly power and detonated a large amount of lightning energy in its body to rush over. However, because David and the Black Dragon Alexis were too decisive and left the moment they succeeded, the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor didn't obtain anything. Of course, the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor were both arrows at the end of their flight. The Titan Golden Emperor was heavily injured and didn't even have 10% of its battle power left. Although the Blade Mantis Emperor was slightly better, its godly body's defense was broken and it couldn't use godly power. It was because of the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor's weakness that David and the Black Dragon Alexis were able to kill the 2 insectoid deities in an instant. The Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor was in a bad mood. It could smell the godly blood in the air, which meant that the coordinates provided by the Titan Golden Emperor were real. There was at least one insectoid deity that was heavily injured here, but the rest of the auras were wiped clean, so it couldn't probe too much. What's going on? One of the Emperor Inheritance runes disappeared. Could it be that the human was killed by the Blade Mantis Emperor? The Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor discovered the Emperor Inheritance runes in its body and couldn't help but be surprised. Originally, there were 9 King's Inheritance runes that shared the bug tribe's power of faith. Now that one King's Inheritance rune had been lost, it was either that one King's Inheritance rune had left the bug tribe's world or that the owner of the King's Inheritance rune had been killed and the King's Inheritance rune was now ownerless. The Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor released its mind and began to investigate the scene. In fact, what the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor was doing was pretty much useless. With the Black Dragon Alexis cleaning things up, other than the godly blood aura that leaked out when the giant clones fused together to kill the Blade Mantis Emperor, there was no other aura present. The Black Dragon Alexis killed the Titan Golden Emperor, and even the godly blood aura couldn't leak out. It was all sealed in the body of the Black Dragon Alexis. Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor, you came early. What did you discover? The golden-winged beetle emperor broke through space and appeared. When it saw the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor, it wasn't surprised and asked, "Can't you see for yourself?" The Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor wasn't in a good mood and naturally didn't have a good temper. The golden-winged beetle emperor suppressed the anger in its heart. It was currently in a deadlock with the half-body spider emperor. If it clashed with the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor at this time, it might suffer. The golden-winged beetle emperor and the Extreme Lightning Sky Scorpion Emperor were the fastest deities of the bug race. After a period of time, 2 more deities arrived. The half-body spider emperor was in a more difficult situation. It used up a lot of spider silk, before breaking through space and rushing over. The other insectoid god, the Ice Silkworm Emperor, was also good at spitting silk. However, because it had the ability to control the power of frost, it used up a lot less energy than the half-body Spider Emperor. When the half-body Spider Emperor and the golden-winged Beetle Emperor met, they didn't look at each other directly. This was a big matter, and they couldn't solve their problems here. The Blade Mantis Emperor still can't be contacted. Even the Titan Golden Emperor can't be contacted. After causing such a big matter, do they still have the Mother Empress in their eyes? The Ice Silkworm Emperor had a close relationship with the Mother Empress. It looked at the scene and said angrily, because of the Blade Mantis Emperor's loss of the Emperor Inheritance Rune, 4 insectoids were alarmed. This was already half of the insectoids. This scale of operation hadn't been carried out for at least 1,000 years. However, the 2 insectoids involved couldn't be contacted. There are too few clues at the scene. There are too many possibilities. The Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor said helplessly. It was the first to arrive, and its investigation was the most comprehensive. From the smell of divine blood at the scene to the disappearance of the Emperor Inheritance Rune and the accurate location given by the Titan Golden Armored Beetle, there were too many possibilities. Perhaps the Titan Golden Armored Beetle had become the final winner. The Blade Mantis Emperor and the Emperor Inheritance Rune had fallen into the hands of the Titan Golden Armored Beetle. Even the location given by the Titan Golden Armored Beetle was to confuse the truth of the matter. Or perhaps the Blade Mantis Emperor had killed the humans and taken back the Emperor Inheritance Rune. Now, it was hiding and wanted to regain control of the Emperor Inheritance Rune to recover its strength. Of course, the Extreme Electric Sky Scorpion Emperor didn't think that the humans would kill the Blade Mantis Emperor. It also didn't think that even the Titan Golden Emperor would be killed. David didn't know what happened after he left. He was already far away in the insectoid world safe zone in the space crack. As soon as he returned to the insectoid world safe zone, he summoned his gigantified clone and black dragon Alexis. It was also because of his gigantified state that the clone only stayed for a few breaths in the divine artifact space card. The other god-level insectoids did not think that his king's inheritance rune had disappeared. Generally speaking, it was normal for insectoid gods to restrict the Emperor Inheritance Rune from spitting out the power of faith for a short period of time. A few breaths of time wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. After returning to the safe zone, David couldn't believe what he had done today. He had thought that he was invincible, that he had to look up to. Today, he had killed 2 of them consecutively. And it was a result of David leading the attack. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't easy to publicize, his battle results would definitely cause a stir in the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. What David did not know was how much luck had played a role in successfully killing 2 bug tribe god-level powerhouses this time. The Blade Mantis Emperor didn't clean up the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword immediately because it didn't want to damage its Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword too much. This gave David the chance to track it down. Otherwise, not only would David not have been able to track down the Blade Mantis Emperor, but he would also have lost the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword. It was normal for the Black Dragon Alexis to kill the Titan Golden Emperor in the final attack. Although the heart was the energy supply center of the Divine Artifact, it was normal for a veteran Divine Artifact like the Black Dragon Alexis to be able to kill the Divine Artifact's heart in one hit. Under normal circumstances, even if the clones in gigantified state stabbed the Blade Mantis Emperor's heart with the Divine Artifact blade, it still wouldn't be able to kill it instantly. This didn't mean that the Divine Artifact blade wasn't powerful enough. It was just that the Divine Artifact blade originally belonged to the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Blade Mantis Emperor was immune to some of the effects of the Divine Artifact blade. However, the Divine Artifact Knight's battle sword wasn't the Divine Artifact blade that was killed by the Divine Artifact blade. The divine artifact knight's battle sword was a divine artifact created by the god of war to make it easier for the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit to eliminate his enemies. The demigod knights of the Holy Spirit's enemies included evil gods. Naturally, the divine artifact knight's battle sword had the ability to kill gods. If the clones in gigantified state hadn't stabbed the divine artifact knight's battle sword into the Blade Mantis Emperor's heart, the Blade Mantis Emperor would have had a chance to escape from the battlefield again, even if its heart was injured. The survivability of a divine artifact should never be underestimated. Unless it was an instant death, a divine artifact would always have a way to escape. Black Dragon Alexis looked at the shadow attendant that was hiding in space and said in a low voice, "My lord, there's something strange about your shadow attendant. The shadow attendant has always been like this. As long as it sees a soul, it will absorb it." David didn't feel anything strange and replied with a smile. Black Dragon Alexis said helplessly, "No, even I can't stop the process of a divine artifact blade's soul escaping." Black Dragon Alexis had been in shock ever since it saw the shadow attendant absorb the souls of the two divine artifact blades' battle sword. When a divine artifact blade died, its soul would forcefully open up space and hide in the space-time turbulence. The space-time turbulence was also the graveyard of a divine artifact blade's soul. Once certain conditions were met, a divine artifact blade's soul could escape from the space-time turbulence and even reform a divine artifact blade's soul. However, this condition required the full help of a divine artifact blade's soul in the main world, and the recovery time needed to be counted in units of 10,000 years. But no matter what, the divine artifact blade's soul voluntarily escaping gave the divine artifact blade a faint glimmer of hope. This was especially true for the Titan Golden Emperor. His soul even took away the Emperor's inheritance rune, so there was a greater chance of him reforming a divine artifact blade's soul using the power of faith. Since this was the last resort of a divine artifact blade's soul, it was almost impossible to stop it. Black Dragon Alexis knew its limits, so it didn't try to stop it. A divine artifact blade's soul is so special. I don't think the shadow attendant used much effort, David said in confusion. In his opinion, the shadow attendant was indeed very easy. It didn't seem to be strenuous just because it was a divine artifact blade's soul. It seems that the god who created the shadow attendant also had a very strong purpose in creating the shadow attendant, Black Dragon Alexis said in a deep voice. The shadow attendant's ability was definitely not something that the shadow attendant learned on its own. It could only have been done by the bald god who created the shadow attendant for a purpose. The bald god was very well versed in the study of souls, but he lacked a divine artifact blade's soul. For this purpose, the bald god created the shadow attendant. However, after the shadow attendant was created, the world changed drastically. The world's environment no longer allowed the bald god to have quiet time for research. The bald god was also seriously injured in a war. Under the joint forces of other gods, only a remnant of his soul was left hidden in the shadow attendant's body. The bald god would never have thought that the shadow attendant he created, the untested ability to absorb a divine artifact blade's soul, would be realized by David. Fortunately, I didn't let the two Bug Clan divine artifact blade's soul escape. Otherwise, I don't know if there would be any trouble in the future. David didn't know much about the divine artifact blade's soul, but he also understood that once the two divine artifact blade's soul escaped, there would definitely be trouble in the future. Chapter 1090. When he thought about the souls of the two Bug Clan gods being in the shadow attendant's body, David's heart burned with passion. He was thinking about whether or not he should resurrect the two Bug Clan gods. Then, with the Black Dragon Alexis by his side, he would not have to be afraid of anyone. David waved his hand and the shadow attendant appeared beside him. He placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. His mind entered the shadow attendant's body, and he saw 2 balls of golden light. However, when his mind wanted to get closer, he felt a roar coming from the golden light. However, he was inside the shadow attendant's body, so there was no need to worry about any danger. David approached one of the balls of golden light and carefully observed it. Within the golden light, a small blade mantis emperor was screaming in anger and unwillingness. Regardless of which god-level expert had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, he had still fallen at the hands of a demigod. Moreover, he had been killed by a blade that had fallen off from his body. The grievance of this was enough to make the blade mantis emperor unable to rest in peace. David looked at the small blade mantis emperor with interest. It was just a shadow. His connection with the shadow attendant allowed him to sense the situation of the shadow attendant. There was energy in the shadow attendant's body that was slowly eroding the golden light. The blade mantis emperor within the golden light was also slowly weakening. David had a feeling that as long as the blade mantis emperor's shadow within the golden light was completely destroyed, he would be able to absorb the soul of the Bug Clan god. Thinking about it, it was not easy to absorb the soul of a god. David had encountered a Bug Clan god, which had very weak control over its own soul. If the shadow attendant had absorbed the soul of a god who had become a god, such a soul would have been able to resist to a certain extent. David wasn't disappointed. As long as there was hope, it didn't matter if it was a little late. He then looked at the other golden light and saw the phantom of the golden-armored Titan Emperor. The phantom of the golden-armored Titan Emperor was not as agitated and unable to accept the truth as the phantom of the Blade Mantis Emperor. At the end of the day, the Titan Golden Emperor had fallen at the hands of the Black Dragon Alexis. Although the Titan Golden Emperor had been severely injured at the time, he had still lived up to his name as the Titan Golden Emperor. This was much better than the Blade Mantis Emperor being killed by a demigod. With the Blade Mantis Emperor as a comparison, the Titan Golden Emperor felt a little calmer. David's eyes narrowed as he saw the Emperor's inheritance totem within the golden light. With a thought, the Shadow Servant sent out a suction force towards the Emperor's inheritance rune. It actually directly sucked the Emperor's inheritance rune out. The Titan Golden Emperor really wanted to take back the Emperor's inheritance totem, but with only its soul left, it couldn't compete with the Shadow Attendant in the Shadow Attendant's body. David was very experienced with the Emperor's inheritance totem. He wrapped the Emperor's inheritance totem with his mind and dragged it into the small world of his soul space. He was prepared to spend a lot of time slowly grinding away the Titan Golden Emperor's mark of ownership in the Emperor's inheritance totem. However, as soon as the Emperor's inheritance totem entered the small world of his soul space, a root flew over and scattered the mark of ownership in the Emperor's inheritance totem. Although the small world of his soul space belonged to David, it also belonged to the world tree. Any consciousness, spirit, or soul that dared to enter the small world of his soul space would make the world tree feel offended. David also looked at the Emperor's inheritance totem helplessly. He felt like he was using all his power, but he couldn't find a target. Feeling the 130-meter world tree above his head, he felt like this flower pot was enjoying a lot of benefits from the world tree. David smiled and asked Black Dragon Alexis, "Alexis, are you interested in the Emperor's inheritance totem? I'll let you use it for a while to increase your strength." Black Dragon Alexis also trained in the Black Dragon's slumber. It was extremely difficult for a god tier like him to increase his strength, and it would take tens of millions of years. However, with the Emperor's inheritance totem, Black Dragon Alexis could continuously increase his strength. Even with the god tier bug's crude method of using power, he could increase his strength to a terrifying level. If it was the Black Dragon Alexis, he would become even more powerful after using the Emperor's inheritance totem. Out of David's expectations, Black Dragon Alexis rejected his kindness without any hesitation. "Thank you for your kindness, sir, But I don't need the Emperor's inheritance totem. Black Dragon Alexis had experienced the battle with the God-tier bug. He had already discovered the huge flaw of the God-tier bug. Before the Blade Mantis Emperor lost the Emperor's inheritance totem, he was extremely powerful. However, after losing the Emperor's inheritance totem, even David's clone couldn't withstand it. More importantly, the Emperor's inheritance totem was a low-level training method. Black Dragon Alexis wouldn't use this training method. David also didn't expect to have no one to use the Emperor's inheritance totem in his hand. He didn't want to use the Emperor's inheritance totem at all. If he wanted to use the Emperor's inheritance totem, he wouldn't have given the other Emperor's inheritance totem to his clone. David thought about who else could use the Emperor's inheritance totem. Among all the human clones, only the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit could withstand the impact of the Emperor's inheritance totem's godly energy. However, the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit had limited combat power. There wasn't much value in training them. Moreover, the Knights of the Holy Spirit walked the path of becoming a god through faith. It was completely incompatible with the Emperor's inheritance totem. As for the insectoid clones, there was no need to upgrade them. Even the two legendary-level insectoid clones, the Blade Mantis King and the Assassin Mantis King, had become insignificant with the addition of 5 demigod clones. Moreover, there was no use in training the bug clones. There was no chance of using the bug clones in the Great World of God or the Interstellar Federation. After analyzing it for a while, David finally gave the king's inheritance rune to the other clone to claim ownership. This way, the 5 demigod clones would have 2 Emperor's inheritance totem. When they were in a combined state, the 2 Emperor's inheritance totem could be trained at the same time. This would greatly increase the training efficiency of the 5 demigod clones. David took stock of his loot. He realized that after killing the 2 god-level bug clones, the most valuable loot he got was the god-level blade and the god-level bug shell materials in the Blade Mantis Emperor's treasure vault. David obviously wouldn't decompose the bodies of the 2 god-level bug clones. That would be a waste of God's gift. He was going to wait for the Shadow Attendant to completely purify the 2 god-level souls. Then, he could absorb the souls and try to revive the 2 god-level bug clones. David stayed in the safe zone for 2 days. He couldn't wait any longer. The entire bug world was like an undiscovered treasure to him. With the star map of the bug world provided by the spirit race, he could constantly explore the mineral resources of the bug world and mine the dimension stones he needed. Thinking about the spirit race, David realized that he hadn't paid attention to them for many days. His consciousness entered the Divine Artifact space card and checked the situation of the cultivation space. He hadn't paid attention to the training space in the Divine Dimension card for many days. As soon as his mind went in, he realized that the training space had changed. In the training space, other than the central area near the 3 Krypton crystal mines, the rest of the area was lush and green. The central area of the training space was a forbidden area that David asked the spirit race to not enter. It was obvious that the spirit race was very disciplined. When David looked at a date tree, he realized that the date tree had more spirituality than before. This allowed the jujube tree to transform from an ordinary jujube tree into a spiritual jujube tree. All spiritual fruit trees would have special energy that could be easily absorbed from their fruits. It was just like the heartwarming lotus. The only difference was that the heartwarming lotus was a natural spirit fruit, while the heartwarming lotus was a natural spirit fruit. In the great world of God, the heartwarming lotus was one of the top ingredients in the great world of God, even if it wasn't processed by David into the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Now, the jujubes on the jujube tree had also become the top fruit. On top of the jujube tree, a small spirit race individual was happily jumping from branch to branch. As it jumped, the spirit race's energy fused with the tree, slowly increasing the quality of the tree. David finally understood the purpose of the spirit race. It was so powerful that it could increase the quality of a normal tree to the level of a spirit tree. It had to be known that any spirit tree needed an extremely special environment to survive. For example, the heartwarming lotus had mutated because the lake water contained the energy of the battle angel's wings. This gentle energy had caused the heartwarming lotus to mutate and become a spirit fruit. The date tree's mutation had come from the spirit race. The spirit race's ability to increase the quality of plants was terrifying. David looked at the other plants and found that as long as the spirit race lived in them, they had all become spirit fruit. Almost all the fruit trees in the cultivation space had become spirit fruit. This was most likely done by the spirit race to show their worth. The plants that didn't have spirit race living in them were also growing better than normal plants. David was curious about the taste of the spirit tree's fruit. He had the ability of the Grandmaster Chef, so he loved to eat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared so many dishes in his storage item. After obtaining the Grandmaster Chef ability, normal food was trash to him. With a thought, David entered the training space of the Divine Artifact space card and appeared next to the jujube tree. The spirit race living on the date tree obviously didn't recognize David. This spirit race was newly born from the life seed. When it saw David suddenly appear, it was shocked and was about to cry out, but then it froze in place. David didn't pay attention to the spirit race and reached out to take a date. He could feel the gentle energy fluctuations from the date in his hand. This was the special characteristic of spirit fruit. He put the date into his mouth. The sweetness reached the peak of the date, and a cool energy rushed into his soul, shaking his mind. David looked at the dates hanging on the tree with some surprise. These dates could actually increase the power of the mind. Of course, with his powerful mind, the effect of these dates was close to nothing. But to a level 5 temple knight, the effect of these dates couldn't be ignored. "Greetings, sir." The spirit race leader Sai's voice sounded. "You've managed this place well. I'm very satisfied," David said with a smile. However, David didn't get a response from Sai. He looked at the spirit race leader strangely and found that the spirit race leader was looking at him with a look of disbelief. "Great sir, the center of the world, the creator of life, the lowly spirit race will always be loyal to you." Sai came back to his senses and knelt on the ground, speaking in the most humble manner possible. In the eyes of the spirit race leader, David was obviously different from before. Above David's head, there was a hidden world tree that even gods couldn't detect. However, as a race that served the world tree, how could Sai, the leader of the spirit race, not see the world tree? When he saw the familiar world tree, Sai felt that the world hadn't abandoned them. Everything they'd done was worth it. Since the world tree had chosen David, the leader of the Eldar, Sai would unconditionally worship David as the god of the Eldar. As the spirit race leader's chanting voice sounded, one spirit race after another appeared. Most of them were born not long ago, so compared to Sai, Elder Ao, and Elder Lei, they were much younger. They also saw the world tree above David's head. These spirit race members were attached to the trunk of the world tree, so they were closer to it. All of the spirit race members knelt on the ground and bowed to David instinctively. At any time, when a living being unreservedly stretched out their body, exposing their vitals without any defense, bending their body and lowering their head, this was a sign of their submission. When David saw the spirit race's behavior, he understood that it was the effect of the world tree above him. "Rise, all of you," David said with a wave of his hand. "We obey the orders of the great You, the center of the world, the creator of life." Sai straightened his body and said without hesitation. David felt a little helpless. He had corrected Sai's honorific title, but he didn't expect it to be even longer now. "After a while, I need the spirit race to help me govern a planet," David said, feeling the spirit race's wholehearted loyalty. He was very satisfied with the spirit race's ability. "The spirit tribe is at your service." Sai, the leader of the spirit tribe, replied loudly. In the eyes of the spirit race leader and every spirit race member, there was a crazy belief. Perhaps they didn't believe in David but the world tree, but the world tree and David existed as one. In a sense, they believed in David. Chapter 1091. The black dragon Alexis's shrunken body said on David's shoulder, "Sir, something's wrong. This is the 5th batch of Zergs we've encountered along the way." Since there was no need to hurry, David did not let the black dragon Alexis be his mount. If it was not for the urgency of the situation, he did not want to let a god-tier Zerg be his mount. "Something's not right," David said in a deep voice. They had set off from the Zerg world's safe spot and used the void-piercing talent ability to travel. In the vast Zerg world, it was theoretically very difficult to encounter Zergs. David's method of travel was to travel through the space tunnel most of the time, and the time he spent in space was very short. Under such circumstances, they would only encounter Zergs once or twice at most. How could it be possible for them to encounter Zergs 5 times in a row? Fortunately, David's mind could cover a range of more than 200 kilometers, so he could discover Zergs from further away. These Zergs were not of high levels, and they were all Zergs that were good at speed. Based on his experience, these were all Zergs that were scouting Zergs. The black dragon Alexis said excitedly, "It's probably because we killed the god-tier Zerg. The entire Zerg world should be looking for us." The black dragon Alexis was not satisfied in the previous battle. The Titan Golden Emperor was too heavily injured and was killed without even being able to fight back. Now that the Zerg world had discovered their existence, it was likely that there would be more intense battles. The black dragon Alexis, who had recovered from his injuries, wanted to exercise his body. The black dragon was never afraid of battle. As long as it was not surrounded by multiple god-tier Zergs, it was not worried. David frowned. Contrary to the black dragon Alexis's thoughts, he had a deeper understanding of the god-tier Zerg's strength after the previous incident. With his strength, it was still too early for him to participate in a battle of this level. David's heart skipped a beat and summoned the huge body of the Blade Mantis King's clone. Just like last time, he brought the black dragon Alexis and the demigod clones to hide on the back of the Blade Mantis King's clone. The demigod clones were not stored in the Divine Dimension card. David did not want to waste any time. The 2 kings' inheritance patterns were constantly absorbing the endless power of faith. Every time David's mind entered the soul of the demigod clones, he would be shocked by the power of faith. The power of faith attracted by 1 king's inheritance rune had already shocked David. Now, 2 kings' inheritance runes had attracted 2/9 of the power of faith in the bug world. Not to mention David, even the god-tier existences in the bug tribe's world had never encountered such boundless power of faith. In theory, every life form could only have 1 king's inheritance rune. This was also the reason why the bug tribe god level had never thought of having the king's inheritance rune after learning about it. However, the clones were special. The 5 demigod clones were 5 separate individuals. When combined, they were a complete whole. In this situation, which had never happened before, the 2 kings' inheritance patterns did not conflict with each other. Instead, under the control of the demigod clones, the king's inheritance patterns gave the demigod clones the fastest training speed. With the Blade Mantis King clone hurrying along, there was much less trouble along the way. All David had to do was activate his break space talent ability to open a space tunnel. The Blade Mantis King clone would then carry them through the space tunnel. Even if they encountered a Zerg scout, there was no need to worry. The legendary level Zerg had a very high status in the Zerg world. On top of that, the Zerg scouts were ordered to look for the scent of humans. David did not think any of the Zerg scouts would suspect the Blade Mantis King clone. This time, we'll find the Space Stone Mine. After absorbing it, We'll return to the safe spot and wait for the Zerg world to calm down," David said helplessly. They had already traveled more than half of the journey. He did not want to do nothing and return just like that. David also understood the Zerg's determination. Without knowing where he was, the Zerg scouts were spread all over the Zerg world. Only a terrifying number of Zergs would be able to do something like this. Knowing that it would be dangerous, David naturally would not be so stubborn. He decided that whether or not he found the space stone mine, he would return to the safe spot in the Zerg world. He would train there quietly and wait for the situation to pass. However, what David did not know was that using the Blade Mantis King clone was a mistake. After the Zerg scouts discovered the Blade Mantis King clone, they reported this information to their superiors. The Blade Mantis King was a legendary Blade Mantis. According to the Zerg scouts, it might be related to the Blade Mantis Emperor. The Blade Mantis Emperor was also one of the important targets that the Zerg Queen had requested to find. After discovering the Blade Mantis King, the Zerg scouts would naturally report it. Based on the reports from different Zerg scouts, the Blade Mantis King's movement path had also been discovered. However, the Blade Mantis King was too fast. A few Zergs who came to intercept it had already missed it. Who said that the Zerg race did not protect the resources? The resources here are well protected. David did not even need to search for it. He could feel the fluctuation of spatial energy. It was coming from the resource planet in front of him. Such a strong spatial energy reaction meant that the space stone mine here was even larger than the one he had mined last time. In the Zerg world, only the lowest level of the Zerg race would absorb all the energy they saw. After reaching level 1, they would be restricted by the Zerg race. Just like this resource planet with a high yield, the resources here all had owners. No Zerg would dare to devour the resources here. Looking in the direction of the spatial energy fluctuation, David saw a crack on the surface of the resource planet. This crack was formed when the space crack appeared and cut the surface of the planet. Although it was difficult to find a space crack, it was in space. A space crack on the surface of a planet was extremely conspicuous. David also understood why the spatial energy fluctuation here was so strong. He jumped down from the back of the Blade Mantis King's avatar and activated his Sky Piercer talent ability. He then entered the inside of the space crack. This space crack was similar to the one at the safety point. This was normal. The appearance of a space crack brought about the gathering of a large amount of spatial energy. As long as the space crack lasted long enough, it would condense into a space stone. When the space stone mine reached a certain scale, it could stabilize the space crack. Almost all the space cracks that existed for a long time either had a space stone mine or were artificially stabilized. The World Tree was very active in the space crack. It sent a message to David that it wanted to devour. It was unknown whether this space crack had been cleaned up by the Zerg or it was natural. There was no other material except for the space stone. And it was a space stone of excellent quality. If this space crack did not belong to the Zerg, David would not have been willing to destroy it. One had to know that the pure space stone mine in such a space crack could condense a lot of space stones in just 100 years. David thought to himself, but his mind did not stop. Because there was no need to mine, he only needed to use his mind to grab the space stone. If it was suitable, he would get close to the World Tree and let the World Tree devour the space energy in the space stone. If it was not suitable, he did not waste it. He put it all into the space pendant. Open your soul. I want to see where you came from. A demigod-level golden-winged beetle king approached the Blade Mantis King with extreme speed and stopped in front of the Blade Mantis King. The star sector where the resource planet was located was the territory of the golden-winged beetle king. This demigod-level golden-winged beetle king had rushed over after receiving the information. When the golden-winged beetle king saw the Blade Mantis King, it realized that the Blade Mantis King was strange. Normally, high-level Zergs would be able to detect the situation of low-level Zergs. But no matter what, when the golden-winged Beetle King checked the Blade Mantis King's situation, it was blocked. The strangest thing was that the Blade Mantis King did not seem to have entered the Zerg's communication network. The Zerg's communication network was a supernatural network of biological nature. Ordinary Zergs could only passively receive information from the communication network. But no matter what kind of Zerg it was, they should be able to join the Zerg's communication network. Just like how the Queen Mother could send information to all Zergs through the Zerg's communication network, the god-level golden-winged Beetle King could send information to all Zergs in its territory through the Zerg's communication network. Even the demigod-level golden-winged Beetle King could use the Zerg's communication network to send orders to its subordinate. The layers of the Zerg's communication network were equivalent to the Zerg's social network. As long as it was a Zerg, it would automatically be loaded into the Zerg's communication network and play a different role in the Zerg's communication network. Of course, there were also some Zergs with special innate abilities that could bypass these permissions and transmit information to designated Zergs over a very long distance. These Zergs were like the Interstellar Federation's liaison officers. The golden-winged Beetle King did not sense any traces of the Zerg's communication network from the Blade Mantis King. It was as if the Blade Mantis King was a foreign species wearing the skin of an insect. Because David was in the space crack, he did not immediately sense the approach of the golden-winged Beetle King. It was not until the golden-winged Beetle King issued an order to the Blade Mantis King that the Blade Mantis King sent a warning signal to David that David's mind entered the body of the Blade Mantis King. "Don't delay. Open up your soul, or I will kill you." The golden-winged Beetle King's demigod-level aura exploded as it threatened to attack at any time. Before confirming that there was something wrong with the Blade Mantis King, the golden-winged Beetle King did not want to take the initiative to attack. In the Zerg world, any Zerg that could reach the legendary stage had to have a background. Without a background, it was impossible for a Zerg to reach the legendary stage. Reaching the legendary stage required a lot of resources. Only by controlling a lot of resources could one have a chance to reach the legendary stage. "What are you looking for? Why do you want me to open up my soul?" David asked as he controlled the Blade Mantis King. He wanted to know more about the Zergs, but it was not easy to find someone to communicate with before. Now that he had met the demigod-level golden-winged Beetle King, he naturally wanted to get some useful information from it. Even the Blade clan has to be investigated. It's not just you. Even the territory of the Blade Mantis Emperor has to be searched. The golden-winged Beetle King seemed to enjoy the pleasure of not taking the Blade Mantis Emperor seriously. It also wanted to use words to make the Blade Mantis King listen to it. David's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't the territory of the Blade Mantis Emperor the star sector where the portal was located? It's impossible to open up your soul. You don't have the authority to do so. David controlled the Blade Mantis King to continue delaying. "This is an order from the Queen Mother. Did you not receive the order?" The golden-winged Beetle King's doubts grew stronger. It remembered that the Blade Mantis King did not sense the Zerg's communication network. "The Queen Mother's order did not ask me to open up my soul," David insisted. "The Queen Mother ordered to search for the Blade Mantis Emperor and the aura of humans. You, a legendary Blade Mantis, are very suspicious. You must accept the soul inspection," the golden-winged Beetle King said as it raised the claws on its forelimbs. David understood that the other party did not want to talk anymore and was ready to attack, so he did not hesitate. David's main body opened the energy wings on its back. The small world in the soul space activated the speed law and used the void-piercing talent ability. His main body appeared behind the golden-winged Beetle King, almost sticking close to it. The 6 Reaper's chains appeared, and the cobweb entanglement talent ability was activated. When the 6 Reaper's chains flew out, David stopped the speed law. David was very careful when using the speed law. His physique was not enough to support the use of a god-tier talent ability with an offensive nature. The cobweb entanglement was a god-tier talent ability. If he did not want his body to collapse, he could not use it under the speed law. When the golden-winged beetle king sensed the aura of a human beside it, it was too late. The 6 Reaper's chains had entangled it, and the confinement effect of the Reaper's chains made it unable to move at all. David's main body was at the legendary stage, and the golden-winged beetle king was at the demigod stage. There was a big difference between them, but the Reaper's chains were divine artifacts. With the enhancement of the divine artifacts, David's main body used the Reaper's chains to imprison the golden-winged beetle king. The golden-winged beetle king wanted to struggle and get rid of the restraints on its body, but its struggles were useless. The Reaper's chains were specially designed and made by the Reaper to target gods. With David's strength, he could not imprison a god, but it was easy for a demigod like the golden-winged beetle king. The only thing the golden-winged beetle king could move now was its mind. The rest, including its spirit, was sealed and could not be used. Chapter 1092. This was David's second time fighting a demigod. Although the previous demigod, the Knights of the Holy Spirit, was called a demigod, his actual combat power was still far from that of a true demigod. This time, however, the golden-winged beetle king was different. It was a true genius of the insectoids who had cultivated to become a demigod. The demigod golden-winged beetle king didn't have the king's inheritance rune. Although this kind of insectoid could become a demigod, it was only because the golden-winged beetle king was talented enough that it could obtain these resources. This kind of demigod insectoid had never appeared among the insectoids before Warstar appeared. However, ever since the 3 worlds intersected and Warstar appeared, the insectoids had obtained an endless amount of resources. With an endless supply of cultivation resources, the insectoids were able to provide for the cultivation of demigods, and a small number of demigod-level insectoids appeared among the insectoids. However, becoming a demigod was probably the highest level of self-cultivation for the insectoids. In the past 10,000 years, there had never been a demigod insectoid who had cultivated to become a god. It was as if there was some kind of restriction that didn't allow the insectoids to become gods through their own cultivation. The demigod insectoids were very powerful. They had become demigods through their own efforts, and almost every one of them was extremely powerful. Take the golden-winged beetle king for example. With its racial talent for speed, the golden-winged beetle king, which could spread its golden wings, had very few opponents among the demigod insectoids. Unfortunately, the golden-winged beetle king couldn't even spread its golden wings, let alone its racial talent for speed. In fact, the golden-winged beetle king's failure was precisely its racial talent. Perhaps it didn't even realize this point after its failure. When the rule of speed met the racial talent for speed, the racial talent for speed was instantly destroyed. David moved his right hand and activated the Fatal Strike ability. He pulled out the Divine Weapon Knight's battle sword from its scabbard. The Divine Weapon Knight's battle sword hadn't used the Fatal Strike ability for very long. 2 days wasn't enough for the Divine Weapon Knight's battle sword to complete the prerequisite for the new Fatal Strike ability. However, using a divine weapon like the Knight's battle sword to attack a demigod was already suppressive in itself, not to mention that it had the bonus of a lethal strike, even if the bonus wasn't that big. The Divine Weapon Knight's combat sword pierced through the golden-winged beetle king's breastplate. The golden-winged beetle king, which was bound by the Reaper chain, was unable to activate its internal energy to strengthen its defense. The demigod breastplate was easily pierced through. The Divine Weapon Knight's battle sword pierced through the golden-winged beetle king's muscles and accurately pierced its heart. Sensing that the golden-winged beetle king's life force was dissipating, the shadow attendant flew out and sucked away the golden-winged beetle king's soul. David also put the body of the golden-winged beetle king into the dimensional pendant. After doing all this, he didn't pause at all. Once again, he activated his break space talent ability and returned to the dimensional rift. He knew that there wasn't much time left. The death of the golden-winged beetle king would definitely attract the attention of the Zergs. The ones that would come later would be stronger than the golden-winged beetle king. There might even be Zerg god-level Zergs coming directly. David didn't have time to let the Tree of World absorb it slowly. He wrapped his mind around the dimensional stones in the dimensional rift and collected them regardless of their size. It only took him about 10 breaths to collect all the dimensional stones in the entire dimensional rift. David opened the dimensional coordinates of the Zerg world's safe spot and returned to the safe spot through the dimensional wormhole. After returning to the safe spot, he left the 5 demigod clones at the safe spot. He opened the dimensional coordinates of the great world of God's safe spot and returned to Gammy through the dimensional wormhole. David took out the Lord-level communication circle and sent a contact request to Speaker Gould. "Lord Arthur, it's so rare for you to take the initiative to contact me." Speaker Gould quickly agreed to the contact request and said with a smile as soon as the call was connected. Indeed, most of the time, it was Speaker Gould who took the initiative to contact Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur rarely contacted Speaker Gould. David didn't exchange pleasantries with Speaker Gould and went straight to the point. "I have something to inform you of, but don't ask me where I got the news from." Speaker Gould heard the seriousness in Lord Arthur's voice and asked solemnly, "What is it?" David thought about it and replied, "I've received news that a large number of Zergs are likely to approach the planet of Landers in the near future. There may even be Zergs above level 5. This was because David had a close relationship with Speaker Gould. He didn't want Speaker Gould to suffer too many losses. Of course, he also didn't want his 6th level 5 Knight clones to be in danger. That was why he informed Speaker Gould. "How accurate is it?" Speaker Gould was stunned and asked in a deep voice. This news was very important. In order to maximize the benefits, among the Knight Templars stationed on the planet of Landers, except for Lord Arthur's 6 Templar Knights, the other 6 Templar Knights were all in his circle. Ever since Speaker Gould became the chairman of the Supreme Council, the circle that originally revolved around him had also expanded. Many Templar Knight and aristocratic families had actively or passively joined this circle, making the main family the strongest family in the great world of God. Speaker Gould also became the most powerful lord in the great world of God. In particular, because Lord Arthur had repeatedly caused trouble, the Lytton family, the original number 1 family, almost collapsed, causing more forces to rely on Speaker Gould. Now, half of the top aristocrats in the great world of God were close to Speaker Gould. Except for some of the top aristocrats who were neutral, only a few top aristocrats rejected him. More than 90% sure. David was actually 100% sure, but he still lowered the possibility. The god-level Blade Mantis Emperor was being investigated by the Zerg Empress, so the territory of the Blade Mantis Emperor would definitely not escape the investigation of the Zerg. Previously, perhaps because of the reputation of the Blade Mantis Emperor, no other Zerg territory paid attention to the portal. Once the Zerg found out that the portal was occupied by the human world and the Zerg world was invaded, the Zerg world's counterattack would be extremely terrifying. "I'll arrange it now. I'll recall your 6 Templar Knight subordinate. It just so happens that it's time for rotation. Some top aristocrats have been complaining that I'm unfair, saying that I've given the benefits of the planet of Landers to the Allies and suppressed them. This time, let their Templar Knight be stationed," Speaker Gould said calmly. For Speaker Gould to be able to sit in this position, his means were not weak at all. He decided to use this opportunity to suppress the strength of the opposition. David smiled and did not say anything. To be honest, he no longer took the strength of a level 5 Templar Knight seriously. The greatest use of a level 5 knight was only the level 5 soul origin that was useful to him. As for the combat strength of a level 5 knight, even if he was a legendary, he could instantly kill any level 5 knight. After Speaker Gould disconnected the communication circle, he immediately called for a meeting of the Supreme Council. David was too lazy to participate in such a meeting, so he gave his voting rights to Speaker Gould and ignored it. This meeting was conducted through the Lord-level communication circle. In the illusory meeting room, all the lords sat in their own seat. Lord Arthur is in seclusion. He doesn't need to participate in this meeting. Speaker Gould said first. Speaker Gould's words made some of the lords feel relieved. If Lord Arthur was there, these lords would have to consider the consequences if they wanted to oppose Speaker Gould's proposal. All along, as long as Lord Arthur was present at a meeting, it was almost the most peaceful meeting. Any topic raised by Speaker Gould would be passed immediately, and there were rarely any delays. Lord Arthur's notoriety had been overshadowed by his achievements in recent years. The world only knew how powerful and brave Lord Arthur was, and how he was the representative of the great world of God's Knight. However, how could the lords of the top nobles forget Lord Arthur's past deeds? The Templar Knight killed by Lord Arthur and the noble families destroyed by Lord Arthur were all reminders to the lords. Due to the efforts of Lord Harlow and the other Templar Knight, a large area of the planet of Landers has been cleared, so I've decided to let them rest for a while and let other Templar Knight replace them. Speaker Gould said in a deep voice. No lords would object to what Speaker Gould said. Lord Arthur's two groups of Templar Knight worked very hard on the planet of Landers. All the knights knew how hard they worked. The two groups of Templar Knight should also rest. Besides, the 6 vacancies were just enough for the other Templar Knight to hunt for resources in the cleared areas. Speaker Gould, the Carlos family is willing to take on this responsibility. Lord Lucian immediately said. Lord Lucian looked at his allies. Due to their geographical location, the Carlos family had formed a natural alliance with 10 or so other top nobles. The result of this alliance made Lord Lucian's circle an important force in the Supreme Council that could not be ignored. Due to the long-term conflict of interests, Lord Lucian's circle was very tightly intertwined. Speaker Gould's circle was more loose. On many unimportant issues, there might be internal conflicts in Speaker Gould's circle. This made Lord Lucian have a lot of power in the Supreme Council. When he spoke now, he wanted to fight for the greatest benefit. After the spatial gate was occupied, a steady stream of Zerg resources was sent over from the other side. Apart from the part that was allocated to the Interstellar Federation, the rest of the Zerg resources were enough to make even Lord Lucian green with envy. Unlike Warstar, the Zerg resources on Warstar's side were generally of a lower level, and they were more of a long-term type. On the other hand, Planet Lander was a place where the Knight and Interstellar Federation's forces were operating at full capacity. The number of Zerg hunted depended on how long they could last. Lord Lucian had long been envious of the benefits of Planet Lander. If Speaker Gould had not called for this meeting, he would have found a way to raise his opinion. Speaker Gould, I believe you will not reject our proposal. We are also part of the Supreme Council, and we have the obligation to serve the great world of God. Speaker Gould, I am willing to fight for the great world of God. Please approve. Lord Lucian's allies spoke one after another. Their words were full of love for the great world of God, and they wanted to use their abilities to serve the great world of God. Speaker Gould seemed to think for a moment before nodding. Lord Gould, since you have made such a request, please give me the name list. The next rotation will be under your name list. Lord Lucian did not expect Speaker Gould to agree so readily, and his face was filled with excitement. He communicated with the other lords with his eyes, and soon listed the names of the 12 Holy Temple Knights. At this time, of course, he had to take advantage of the fact that Speaker Gould had just made a decision, and settle it in front of the lords. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Speaker Gould changed his mind. In Speaker Gould's circle, some lords wanted to raise objections, but when they thought of Speaker Gould's identity, they suppressed it and prepared to communicate in private. 6 knights, including Lord Arthur, and 6 other knights of the Holy Temple, were notified of the change of guard. Lord Lucian led 11 knights of the Holy Temple to replace them. After seeing the 12 knights of the Holy Temple leave, Lord Lucian announced loudly, "We only have 1 month. Everyone, form a knight battle formation and kill as many Zergs as possible." "What about the Interstellar Federation?" a knight of the Holy Temple asked. One had to know that the Holy Temple Knight, the Interstellar Federation's Kaji, Transcendent, and the Interstellar Federation's powerful energy weapons allowed the Knight of the Holy Temple to hunt Zergs more safely and with less effort. Putting aside the Interstellar Federation's Kaji and Transcendent, and forming a Knight battle formation with the Holy Temple Knight would indeed be faster, but the Interstellar Federation itself would not be able to hunt Zergs safely. Ignore them. If they have any objections, go talk to Speaker Gould. Our time is limited, and the change of guard in a month won't give us such benefits anymore," Lord Lucian said in a deep voice. Lord Lucian said and did as he said. The 12 knights of the Holy Temple did not bring along Kaji and Transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. Instead, they formed a knight battle formation and began their hunt. Indeed, the knight battle formation formed by the 12 knights of the Holy Temple could be said to be very easy to kill in the area where the level 5 knights of the Holy Temple had already been cleared. In just a few hours, they had killed more than 20 level 4 Zergs, and hundreds of Zergs below level 3. The harvest this time made them feel very good. The resources obtained from hunting for a month like this were enough for their families to nurture more juniors. It also allowed the talented knight to have more resources and increase the possibility of promotion. Chapter 1093. How can these Templar Knight do this? Kaji of the Federation said angrily. Kaji of course did not dare to say anything in front of the 12 Templar Knight. This was the insectoid world. If the Templar Knight was not satisfied, they would not be able to get back even if they were killed. However, Kaji was extremely depressed. Previously, the cooperation with the great world of God had been very good. The Interstellar Federation's Kaji and Transcendent operated the energy weapons to clean up the low-level insectoids, while the level 4 insectoids were cleaned up by the Templar Knight. The cooperation between the two sides was very good. He did not expect that after changing the Templar Knight, they would directly abandon the Interstellar Federation. "Stop complaining. It's our fault for being so weak," Transcendent said in a deep voice. "We should have asked General David to come. There's no need to bother these Templar Knight." Kaji of the Federation maintained his last stand. He also understood that General David would not come. As the Deputy Commander of the Federal High Command, he should not appear on the front lines. If they needed the Deputy Commander of the Federal High Command to fight on the front lines, then the Federal military would lose face. "All right, everyone can rest for a while. Let's wait for the higher-ups to discuss with the great world of God before making a decision," Transcendent said with a wave of his hand. The dissatisfaction of the Interstellar Federation did not affect Lord Lucian and the others. The 12 Templar Knight followed the markings on the map. When they arrived at an area 20 kilometers away, there were insectoids constantly rushing out from the ground. Although there were many insectoids, under the combined efforts of the 12 Templar Knight, these level 1 to 3 insectoids were not enough to kill. Continue to advance. The level of the insectoids here is too low, Lord Lucian said with some dissatisfaction. The Knight formation advanced. Once their speed increased, these low-level insectoids could not keep up. Lord Lucian also discovered that they would only attract the arachnids within a certain range. As long as the arachnids left this range, they would automatically return underground. This was normal. How could an insect horde be formed so easily? Only the mobilization of high-grade insectoids could form an insect horde. The planet of Landers was led by the Blade Mantis Emperor. On this planet, even a level 5 insectoid would not dare to overstep their authority and trigger an insectoid tide. This was also why the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God were able to hunt down the Zerg safely. As long as there was a Temple Knight in the hunting team, there would be no danger in the area where the Zerg had been cleared. Lord Lucian was the arrowhead of the Knight's battle formation. According to the map, he entered the area 50 kilometers away from the base. Here, the number of level 4 Zergs suddenly increased. To the 12 Temple Knights of the 5th rank, killing insects of the 4th rank was a very easy matter. In just 2 days, Lord Lucian and the other 11 Temple Knights' portal items were filled with many level 4 Zerg corpses. The level 3 Zerg corpses were decomposed on the spot, leaving only the materials and strengthened meat. As for the level 1 and level 2 Zergs, the level 5 Temple Knight did not care and just left the corpses there. There are level 5 Zergs. Prepare to kill them. Lord Lucian looked up at the sky and ordered in a deep voice. Lord Lucian felt a little strange. The level 5 Zergs of the planet of Landers never flew at high altitude. This was also a characteristic of the planet of Landers. However, the level 5 Zergs that appeared this time were flying at high altitude. Naturally, the level 5 Zergs of the planet of Landers would not fly at high altitude. This was because the Blade Mantis Emperor's order did not allow level 5 Zergs to occupy high altitude. If level 5 Zergs wanted to fly, they could only fly close to the ground. This was also in consideration of a large number of Zergs being mobilized. The altitudes needed to make way for a large number of Zergs to be mobilized. In the sky, a flash of lightning streaked across and then exploded on the bloodline power shield outside the Knight formation. Lord Lucian felt the defense of the bloodline power shield, and was not worried at all. The level 5 Zergs would not be able to break through the bloodline power shield of the 12 Temple Knights formation. However, what Lord Lucian did not know was that in the base, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Reporting to the General, the scanning device has found a large number of high-level Zergs approaching from space. The scanner reported nervously. The one who stayed in the base was a lieutenant general. He did not panic and just tapped on the command screen. Strengthen the scanning and give the danger assessment level. Also, send a danger signal to the Temple Knight of the Great World of God. The lieutenant general ordered in a deep voice. Yes, General. The assessment level is being assessed. It will take 10 seconds. The scanner replied loudly. General, we can't contact the 12 Temple Knight of the Great World of God. The lieutenant general's adjutant said softly. What's going on? Didn't we give them a communication device? The lieutenant general frowned and asked. In order to make it easier for the Temple Knight of the Great World of God to contact the federal military, the Federation had given the communication device to the Temple Knight. I suspect that they put our communication device in a space item. They are deep in the Zerg's territory. We can't break in at all. The adjutant explained. The lieutenant general shook his head. Recently, the federal military had been arguing with the Supreme Council of the Great World of God. There would not be any results for the time being, so he did not ask about the Temple Knight. He did not expect such a problem to arise. Of course, the lieutenant general also knew that it would be useless even if he asked. This time, the Temple Knight did not care about the Interstellar Federation's military at all. If it was in the past, the Interstellar Federation's military would have been used to such an attitude. However, things were different today. Ever since General David had used a sniper rifle to suppress the insectoid swarm and kill level 5 insectoids in a row, the entire Confederation military, especially the military fighting in the deity Great World, had a different aura. The Temple Knight looked down on them, but they did not curry favor with him. Instead, they used this time to rest and reorganize. They allowed the Temple Knight to kill on his own without providing any support. It should be known that the Interstellar Federation's military had not only built this base, but also placed a large number of unmanned aircraft in space. The unmanned aircraft formed a safe scanning zone. This was also the reason why the Federation's military was the first to discover a large number of insectoids approaching. As for that lone insectoid of the 5th level, it was because it was a lightning beetle. Among the 5th level insectoids, it had the innate ability to transform into lightning and was extremely fast. After all, this was the Zerg world. The Federal military's scanning range was not perfect. They could not detect Zergs with special innate abilities like the level 5 lightning beetle. After 10 seconds, the scanner reported, "Reporting, General. This is the assessment report. We are in big trouble." The scanner's voice was full of anxiety and fear. It was obvious that this assessment report was not ordinary. The Lieutenant General only glanced at it and his expression changed. "Order, prepare the base to self-destruct. All personnel evacuate through the portal." In the assessment report, 30 level 5 Zergs were found. This was not the scariest part. The scariest part was that there were a few Zergs whose energy signature exceeded that of a level 5 Zerg. This meant that the Zergs were sending reinforcements to the planet of landers. Even 30 level 5 Zergs were enough to destroy the base in a short period of time, let alone a few level 5 Zergs. Although there was a large number of energy weapons here, these energy weapons were limited by the portal. They could not be used for heavy energy weapons, so they could not threaten the level 5 Zergs at all. The soldiers who were sent to the planet of landers were all elite. After hearing the Lieutenant General's order, they immediately moved. "General, the Zergs in space are heading towards the Temple Knight." The scanner took one last look at the scanning device and said, "The Temple Knight has bought us some time. Hurry up." The Lieutenant General said calmly. A smile appeared on the faces of the soldiers who were retreating. It must be known that in the past, it was always the Federation soldiers who bought time for the Holy Knights. Even if the Federation soldiers were all killed, the Holy Knights would still be able to safely escape. This time, it was finally the Temple Knight who had bought them time. The soldiers felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts from revenge. The Zergs in space were the scouting team from the nearby territories. Since the order was given by the Queen herself, the scale of the scouting team was a little scary. As soon as the Zergs arrived at the planet of landers, they found traces of humans. For the Zergs, this was extremely hard to believe. The Zerg world had not been invaded for tens of thousands of years. Now, humans were invading the Zerg world and building a base. However, the Zergs did not destroy the base immediately. In their senses, the 12 Temple Knight were a bigger target. As for the base, the Zergs did not care about the presence of Kaji and Transcendent at all. "It's the lightning beetle. Maintain the defense and exhaust its energy. It can't break through our defense," Lord Lucian commanded calmly. The lightning beetle was very difficult to deal with. Normally, if Lord Lucian only had 3 or 4 Temple Knight by his side, he would definitely run as far away as possible. This was because the lightning beetle's innate ability was too troublesome. It was too difficult to kill it. However, there were 12 Temple Knight here. As long as the lightning beetle did not run away, it would be easy to kill it when its energy was depleted. What do you think that is? When the Knight formation was attacked by the lightning beetle, a Temple Knight looked up and saw the meteors in the sky rushing towards them. He could not help but ask in shock. Lord Lucian also looked up. His face tensed up. All the hair on his body stood on end. The fear of death engulfed him. In the short time between the Temple Knight's cry of shock and Lord Lucian looking up at the sky, the meteors could be seen clearly. They were the silhouettes of the Zergs. The dozens of Zergs were all level 5 Zergs. In the center, where the level 5 Zergs deliberately kept a distance, there were 5 huge Zergs. After the invasion of the Zergs, Lord Lucian knew very well that zergs of this size were at least at the legendary level. Just one legendary arachnid was enough to kill them all, not to mention 5 of them. Chairman Gould, what a good plan! Lord Lucian's heart was cold. He guessed why Chairman Gould was so easy to talk to and let him arrange this rotation. Although Lord Lucian did not know if Chairman Gould was aware of the attack of the zergs, he was very sure that Chairman Gould had done it on purpose. These top nobles led by Lord Lucian were the opposition to Chairman Gould, who was now the most powerful person in the Supreme Council of the Great World of God. Now that the opposition had sacrificed 12 temple knights, including Lord Lucian, who had the highest status, almost the entire opposition's strength had been reduced by half. "I'll escape first." After a temple knight saw the zergs in the sky clearly, he no longer had the intention to resist. Only by running to the portal and returning to the great world of God through the portal could he save his life. "No!" Lord Lucian shouted to stop him. However, at this moment, how could the Temple Knight listen to Lord Lucian? He broke away from the knight's formation at the fastest speed possible and ran in the direction of the portal. The distance of 50 kilometers did not seem far, and the Temple Knight could cover it very quickly if he flew at full speed. However, just as the Temple Knight flew 20 meters away, a bolt of lightning was faster than him. With a boom, the Temple Knight was hit by the lightning, and a dazzling white light flashed on his body as the electric current flowed through his body. Before he could scream, the Temple Knight was grazed by a figure, and his head flew up. Lord Lucian shook his head helplessly. He still wanted to make one last effort. "Maintain the knight's formation, we're going back," he said in a deep voice. With a faint hope, Lord Lucian, as the arrowhead of the knight's formation, forcibly resisted the attacks of the lightning beetles and flew in the direction of the portal without caring about the cost. Lord Lucian knew very well that as long as he was close to the base, the automatic weapons would be activated. No matter how weak the automatic weapons were, as long as he could buy some time, he would have more chances to escape. A giant zerg that was 100 meters tall suddenly appeared and blocked the knight's formation led by Lord Lucian. Lord Lucian knew in his heart that he had no hope. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rose. Just as Lord Lucian was blocked, the entire base turned into a fireball. This was the activation of the base's self-destruction system. The Interstellar Federation would not leave the base to the zergs. Although the Zerg's knowledge system was completely different from the Interstellar Federation, the Federation did not want their weapon system to fall into the hands of the Zergs. When Lord Lucian saw the giant Zerg attack, his bloodline power reached into the dimension ring and found the alarm on the Federation's communication device. If he was not so confident and carried the Federation's communication device with him, he would have at least received the alarm in advance. At least the soldiers of the Federation would be able to escape in time, and the Temple Knight would lose their chance due to their arrogance. Chapter 1094. The legendary Purple Flame Beetle King spat out a flame, surrounding the 11 fifth-level knights in the Knight formation. The bloodline power barrier around the Knight formation only lasted for a second before it was completely destroyed. This showed the difference in strength between the 11 fifth-level knight. The weaker knights were the first to be engulfed by the flame, turning into ashes amidst screams. The stronger knights were able to last a little longer, but the result was the same. Even the fifth-level armor and weapons were deformed by the flame, no longer looking the same as before. In fact, if Lord Lucian hadn't run away and had fought the Purple Flame Beetle King with all his strength, they wouldn't have all been killed in such a short time. As long as the distance between the energy-type insectoids was closed, they could limit the power of their energy-type attack. Of course, no matter how they resisted, they would still die. It was just a matter of time. The rest of the insectoids also arrived, flying above the portal. The base built around the portal had already disappeared, leaving behind a huge crater that was dozens of meters deep. The spatial door was not affected by the explosion. If such an explosion could affect the spatial door, then the spatial door would have been destroyed a long time ago and would not have survived until now. A few legendary insectoids were discussing how to deal with the portal. They didn't dare to go through it. The great world of God wasn't a pushover. It was a world with gods. The purple flame beetle king hurried over. It had killed 11 temple knights in one go, which made it feel rather proud of itself. The purple flame beetle king looked at the portal, its confidence bursting. "I'll go check it out," the purple flame beetle king said to the other legendary insectoids. The other legendary insectoids naturally wouldn't try to persuade it. With the purple flame beetle king taking the risk, it would save them a lot of trouble. The portal wasn't big enough for the purple flame beetle king's huge body to pass through. It could only send a part of its body through. Under normal circumstances, this kind of exploration would only cause damage to a part of its body. The danger was limited. The purple flame beetle king was no fool. If it wanted to contribute, it wouldn't be courting death. The 11 human temple knight was the first contribution of the purple flame beetle king. Together with the contribution of investigating the spatial door, it was enough to earn the attention of the Queen Mother. This was the purple flame beetle king's best chance of coming into contact with the Queen Mother. It was worth the risk. The purple flame beetle king flew to the side of the spatial door. It hesitated for a moment before choosing its left forelimb and focusing its attention on it. His left forelimb extended towards the spatial door, and a ball of flame wrapped around his left forelimb to protect it. On the other side, Speaker Gould met the Federation Lieutenant General and all the Federation soldiers. The Lieutenant General saluted Gould. "Speaker Gould, the planet lander base has been lost. I'm very sorry. We weren't able to notify the 12 Temple Knight. Their communication devices couldn't be connected." The cooperation between the two sides was based on the great world of God. The spatial door was in the great world of God, and the forces arranged to enter the insectoid world were also based on the great world of God. "What's the situation on the planet lander? I need a complete report," Speaker Gould said in a low voice. There were about 30 level 5 insectoids, and 5 of them were suspected to be above level 5. Because they were too fast, we could only self-destruct the base and retreat. As for the complete report, I'll go organize it and give it to you," the Lieutenant General replied. "You did the right thing. It's my fault. Lord Gould is a little arrogant. I should have talked to him as soon as possible. I didn't expect," Speaker Gould said with a sad expression. "It's not your fault. Lord Lucian took the initiative to go. We all know that the planet lander is dangerous. This kind of thing is unpredictable," the Temple Knight at the side advised. Everyone, including the Interstellar Federation and the Great World of God, did not suspect that this was specially arranged by Speaker Gould. Because it was impossible for Speaker Gould to predict the arrival of the insectoids in advance, it was impossible for him to arrange for Lord Lucian to die. In particular, it was Lord Lucian who took the initiative to go to the planet lander to carry out the garrison mission. During the meeting of the Supreme Council, Lord Lucian made the request in front of all the councillors. Just as Speaker Gould was about to say something, there was a sudden fluctuation in the portal, and then a huge foot of more than 10 meters long came through. The foot was burning with flames that made one's soul tremble. Even the Temple Knight felt the threat of death after seeing the flames. The 5 huge shrines flashed at the same time. Perhaps because the purple flame beetle king's strength was not enough for the gods to take action, the 5 shrines did not summon the gods' clones. Instead, they relied purely on the magic circle formed by the shrines. The purple flame beetle king observed the situation on the other side of the portal with its mind. When it saw the 5 huge shrines, it was shocked and quickly tried to retract its left forelimb. But it was too late. A white light appeared on its left forelimb. This white light ignored the flames on its left forelimb and fixed it in place. Then, a terrifying force came from its left forelimb. The force was so strong that even a legendary bug like the purple flame beetle king could not resist it. This force came from the magic circle formed by the 5 huge shrines. Through the power of faith, it could almost reach the power of the gods. Even a demigod would not be able to break free from the magic circle's confinement easily, let alone a legendary bug like the purple flame beetle king. The purple flame beetle king struggled madly, trying to break free from the confinement of its left forelimb. However, the force coming from its left forelimb did not decrease because of its struggle. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. Crack! The sound came from the intersection of the purple flame beetle king's body and the exterior of the portal. It was the sound of the legendary beetle's shell being squeezed and cracked. As the left forelimb was forcefully pulled to this side by the force, the part of the purple flame beetle king's shell that was in contact with the portal began to crack. The purple flame beetle king really wanted to break off its left forelimb and leave its body, but the strange force kept its left forelimb tightly attached to its body. Crack! Crack! Amidst the continuous cracking sounds, the purple flame beetle king's shell was clearly dented. The purple flame beetle king understood that its body was being pulled through the portal by force. It only needed to imagine what would happen if its 100-meter-tall body was forcefully pulled through a 20-meter-tall portal. It did not even need to think about the consequences of being pulled over to face the enemy. It could only imagine how its body would be damaged in the process of being pulled over. "Help me!" The purple flame beetle king had no choice but to ask the legendary bugs beside it for help. The 2 legendary bugs stepped forward and grabbed the purple flame beetle king's body. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not stop the pulling force from the other side. The pulling speed was not fast, but it was very uniform. The purple flame beetle king's body was pulled over bit by bit. Green blood flowed out from the broken parts of its shell, sending chills down the spines of the bugs who were watching. What kind of power would be needed to drag a legendary-level purple flame beetle king into such a state without any resistance? The 5 shrines were actually 5 war weapons, powered by the power of faith. The purple flame beetle king was fighting against 5 powerful gods at the same time. One could imagine the consequences. The entire process of the purple flame beetle king being pulled over took a full 10 minutes. It kept screaming in agony. No matter what the bugs beside it did, they could not stop its fate. All the bugs knew that there could only be gods on the other side. Only gods could have such great power. On the great world of God's side, Speaker Gould and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation saw the purple flame beetle king's miserable state as it was pulled over. Speaker Gould's eyes drifted. Currently, the Knight of the Holy Temple had a certain feeling. It was a yearning for power beyond level 5. In the past, there had been rumors of level 5 and above in the great world of God, but these rumors had only been circulated among the top nobles. Ever since the bug race invaded the great world of God, the legendary bug race had appeared in front of everyone for the first time. This made the Holy Temple Knight of the great world of God realize that the legendary level was beyond level 5. The appearance of the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit made the Holy Temple Knight of the great world of God realize that a knight could become a more powerful demigod. In the hearts of many Holy Temple Knight, dissatisfaction with the shrines had begun to brew. The Holy Temple Knight blamed the shrines for not being able to become legendary. In fact, the shrines had sealed off too much information, including almost all the information about the legendary level. Until the appearance of the legendary bug race and the demigod Knights of the Holy Spirit, the shrines could no longer hide it. The purple flame beetle king in front of them was a legendary. The fact that the shrines could easily imprison the purple flame beetle king meant that the shrines had the ability to deal with legendaries. Even if the shrines had the ability to deal with legendaries, they didn't want the knight to become legendary. This made Speaker Gould extremely unhappy. Ever since he received the Black Dragon breathing technique from Lord Arthur, Speaker Gould's realm had loosened. It wouldn't be long before he became legendary. The reason why Speaker Gould sacrificed Lord Lucian, who opposed him, was because he wanted more power. The great world of God was managed by the Supreme Council, which was restricted by the shrines. However, to a certain extent, the Supreme Council had always been resisting the suppression of the shrines. The nobles kept infiltrating the shrines, which was a form of resistance. The nobles didn't want their power to be restricted by the shrines. They wanted more power. In order to protect himself, Speaker Gould had to strengthen this resistance. He needed the Supreme Council to be on his side so that they could protect him when he became legendary one day. The Purple Flame Beetle King was slowly dragged through the portal, and then its shell was twisted and broken by the white light. The legendary Purple Flame Beetle King died just like that without knowing how it died. It didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. The white light disappeared, and the 5 huge shrines returned to normal. There was a pile of broken corpse fragments left in the square in front of the portal. A group of shrines walked out of the shrines, and they excitedly went forward to pick up the fragments on the ground. Some of the shrines even deliberately blocked the periphery to prevent anyone from approaching. Bishop McKinley, what do we do with these materials? Will they appear in the exchange of battle merits? Speaker Gould asked Bishop McKinley, who was in command. These materials belong to the Almighty God. They will be returned to the hands of the God through sacrifice. Bishop McKinley replied in a deep voice, "Will the Almighty God take a fancy to these materials?" Speaker Gould asked as he approached. "Speaker Gould, please don't make things difficult for me. The Archbishop has instructed that these materials must be recycled." Bishop McKinley explained softly as he stood in front of Speaker Gould. Speaker Gould nodded, and didn't say anything else. He did that to show the other knights the attitude of the shrines. It still took some time to deal with the huge beetle carcass. When the dark golden claws and teeth were put away, every knight who was watching felt deeply dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction wasn't just because of the Purple Flame Beetle King's corpse, but also because of the shrine's deception. "Speaker Gould, I need to report the situation here to the Federal High Command immediately. I'll take my leave." The Federation Lieutenant General bade farewell to Speaker Gould after seeing the last bit of materials being put away. "There may be hope for the portal to be reopened in the future. I hope there will be opportunities for cooperation." Speaker Gould nodded. The Federation Lieutenant General and everyone else present thought that Speaker Gould was just being polite, but only Speaker Gould knew that this was his true intention. The shrines might have a way to invade the Zerg world, but Speaker Gould didn't have high hopes for the shrines. Judging from the way the shrines handled the portal, the 5 shrines didn't plan to invade the Zerg world. Instead, they took a defensive stance. Speaker Gould was thinking about Lord Arthur. If Lord Arthur could know about the Zerg's actions in advance, he might have a way to reopen the portal. Of course, if David knew what Speaker Gould was thinking, he would definitely reject Gould. As long as the shrines were here, it was impossible for David to appear here. David had too many secrets. He couldn't get too close to the shrines. If he was targeted by the gods, he would be in big trouble. The other side of the portal had lost its value, and the defense here was completed by the shrines, so there was no need for the knight who was originally stationed here to stay. After the Zerg planet was lost, the entire war came to an end. The knight returned to their families one by one, and the corresponding war rewards began to be fulfilled. Speaker Gould didn't relax just because the war was over. A large number of war achievements had to be verified, and some war pensions had to be distributed. Chapter 1095. On planet Gammy, a Federation special base had been built. It was completed by robots controlled by the Cube's super artificial intelligence system. While David was away from planet Gamma, the cube's super artificial intelligence system used the research equipment he brought back from the Interstellar Federation to rebuild a research lab that was considered extremely advanced even by the Interstellar Federation. David was wearing an isolation suit as he stood in front of the research table. After returning from the bug world, he spent the rest of his time here other than training. After understanding the basic rules in the bug world and the Interstellar Federation, he once again reached a bottleneck. Even the Black Dragon Alexis could not help him in this aspect. It was also because of this that David decided to study the research left behind by Director Hench of the Institute of Immortality instead. Now that he had 2 King's Inheritance runes, he could create more clones. He had seen the power of 5 demigod clones when they were combined. If this number were to increase to 10, then how powerful would they be? With this thought in mind, David returned to the research lab and began to verify Director Hench's research. Although there were results in the research of cloning David, it was only Director Hench's result. If David wanted to repeat the process, he would need to complete the recorded experiment. David activated the brainstorm talent ability again and again, which made his research speed extremely fast. The chaos in the outside world did not affect him. David's position was extraordinary whether it was in the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation. With a boom, a nutrition pod exploded. The embryo that was fused with David's blood, God-level flesh, and a large number of precious materials exploded during the fusion process. This was not the first time an explosion occurred. Just the nutrition pods alone were damaged. David's face turned ugly. If the nutrition pods were damaged, so be it. As long as he had the materials, the cube's super artificial intelligence system could help him create them. However, he felt that it was a pity that the deity-level flesh and blood that could have been used to create 5 more clones had all been wasted. Although he still had the 2 god-tier divine bodies of the bug tribe, he did not want to use them. There was a chance to revive a god-tier being. If he wasted them, it would not be a pity, but a heartache. Director Hench had a trick up his sleeve. How did he do it? Without the materials, David stopped his work and muttered to himself. David was 100% sure that he had mastered all the records left behind by Director Hench in the cube's super artificial intelligence system. However, he had repeated it 5 times and all of them had failed. The equipment was still the same, and the technology was still the same. There must be something he didn't know. David couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. Director Hench was indeed powerful. Although David's cloned avatar might not necessarily be a masterpiece, at the very least, he wouldn't be able to create a clone in a short period of time. Perhaps when David had time to slowly research and find out what Director Hench had hidden, he would be able to create a clone. Disappointed, David walked out of the research room. It was only then that he remembered that there was still the body of the demigod golden-winged beetle king in the space pendant. Speaking of the demigod golden-winged beetle king, the first thing David wanted to do when he returned that day was to check out the knowledge ball that the golden-winged beetle king had provided him. The knowledge ball provided by the golden-winged beetle king was a talent ability that used its wings to accelerate. For David, this talent ability had no practical use. Not to mention that his energy feather wings could increase his speed, even his void-piercing innate ability and speed innate ability could suppress any kind of speed. David gave half of the soul energy provided by the golden-winged beetle king's soul to the black dragon Alexis and left the other half to the shadow attendant. To be honest, David did not think that the shadow attendant would have such a powerful ability that it could even absorb the soul of a god-level monster. He let the shadow attendant absorb the soul energy itself, because he wanted the shadow attendant to become more powerful and speed up the purification of the 2 god-level bug clan monsters' souls. The black dragon Alexis had absorbed half of the soul energy of the demigod golden-winged beetle king. Its soul injury was almost completely healed, and its strength could be considered to have completely recovered. The reason why the golden-winged beetle king's body was not resurrected at that time was because once the golden-winged beetle king's body was resurrected in the great world of God, the demigod golden-winged beetle king could only move about in the great world of God. If the golden-winged beetle king was resurrected in the great world of God, the demigod strength of the golden-winged beetle king would be accepted by the world law of the great world of God. When the golden-winged beetle king returned to the Bug Clan world, it would be rejected by the world law of the Bug Clan world. Therefore, David was prepared to go to the Bug Clan world to resurrect the golden-winged beetle king's body. He was becoming more and more active in the Bug Clan world, and he needed to increase his combat power in the Bug Clan world. David opened the wormhole that led to the Bug Clan world's safe spot. Through the wormhole, he came to the Bug Clan world. The 5 demigod clones were in a state of fusion, and their strength was steadily increasing. David did not disturb the cultivation of the 5 demigod clones. He also did not resurrect the golden-winged beetle king in the safe spot. With the golden-winged beetle king's huge body, the safe spot was a little small. After using his spatial ability to leave the spatial rift, David's mind spread outwards. He did not find any Bug Clan scouts. He took out some of the indestructible life force from his bones and took out the body of the demigod golden-winged beetle king. As the indestructible life force was consumed, the body of the demigod golden-winged beetle king quickly recovered and was full of vitality again. David took out the demigod soul avatar from his small world of soul. The demigod soul avatar had improved his thinking ability quite a bit, but in order to resurrect the golden-winged beetle king, it was worth it to consume the demigod soul avatar. Resurrecting the golden-winged beetle king would allow David to have the combat power of the Bug Clan's demigod soul avatar in the Bug Clan world. It was very important for him to mine resources in the Bug Clan world. This was especially true for the Blade Mantis King, a legendary level insectoid clone. This meant that the golden-winged beetle king could replace David in mining the spatial stones. David sent the demigod soul avatar into the body of the golden-winged beetle king. He did not control it at all. Instead, he used the method of watching from the sidelines. Since the demigod soul avatar was originally the soul of the golden-winged beetle king, the fusion process between the two was very smooth. Even the rules, territory, and talent of the golden-winged beetle king were condensed. However, David was a little disappointed. The demigod golden-winged beetle king's rules were the rules of the wind. Its territory was the wind territory, and its talent was the ability to flap its wings. The rules of the wind and the wind territory were not weak, but they were limited. In the atmosphere, the air was controlled everywhere. The power of the rules of the wind and the wind territory was extremely terrifying. The golden-winged beetle king could control the air to solidify at will to imprison the enemy. It could control the air to prevent the enemy from breathing and make the enemy suffocate. It could use the air to move faster and more strangely. The wind territory could control the air to the extreme. In a large area, the air became a deadly weapon. However, once the rules of the wind and the wind territory left the atmosphere, they could only rely on the air released by the golden-winged beetle king to realize the rules of the wind and the wind territory. Their power was greatly reduced. Therefore, the golden-winged beetle king's real attack method was to use the ability to flap its wings. It used its terrifying speed to attack the enemy and used its claws to break the enemy's defense. This direct and effective fighting method was more useful than rules and territories. To be honest, David was not particularly satisfied with the power of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's avatar. However, the real combat power of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's avatar far exceeded that of the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit. Of course, the main reason was that the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit lacked a weapon that could break through the defense of the demigod golden-winged beetle king. Even if the demigod knights of the Holy Spirit learned the swordsmanship talent ability, it could not truly unleash the power of the swordsmanship talent ability. In fact, the biggest problem of the bug avatar was that it could not replicate the swordsmanship talent ability of David himself. It could only rely on the bug avatar's own ability to fight. As David was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the soul of the demigod golden-winged beetle king connect to a strange network. A lot of information was being transmitted through this strange network. It seemed that the demigod golden-winged beetle king had very high authority and could receive a small portion of the information at any time. A large number of high-level bugs from the Blade Mantis clan have been captured. So far, there have been no results from the interrogation. We haven't found any information about the Blade Mantis Emperor. It's possible that after killing the humans and taking back the king's inheritance totem, it went to find a place to cultivate. There's no news about the golden-armored Titan Emperor either. However, the Emperor's inheritance rune that belongs to the golden-armored Titan Emperor has been operating. The golden-armored Titan Emperor should be tracking the Blade Mantis Emperor. One by one, the messages allowed David to understand the internal intelligence of the bug race. Among the messages about the golden-winged beetle king, many of them were exchanged within the small circle of bug race demigods. Within the bug race, demigods were very special existences. This was because they were the top geniuses of the bug race and were heavily cultivated by the bug race. However, demigods were also sad. They had reached the pinnacle of the bug race's self-cultivation. No matter how hard they tried, they could not advance any further. Although they had a lifespan second only to god-level bugs, they could not communicate with god-level bugs on an equal footing. This caused all the demigods of the bug race to form a small circle. This was only a small part of the information that David had received. He also discovered that the demigod golden-winged beetle king could issue orders to a portion of the bug race through this network. The demigod golden-winged beetle king had joined the bug race's communication network. In the past, David had not revived the bug race in the bug race's world. The rules of the bug race's world could not accept the revival of the bug race. Naturally, there was no way he could join the bug race's communication network. The bug race's innate ability to connect to the bug race's communication network relied on the rules of the bug race's world. For example, the bug race that was born on Warstar or in a war zone could not connect to the bug race's communication network. When David sensed the bug race's communication network, he realized that he had been very lucky to not have been discovered despite having been active in the bug race's world for so long. As long as any of the bug race scouts discovered him and reported it to the higher-ups, the previous news that the Blade Mantis Emperor had killed a human would be dispelled. The focus of tracking the Blade Mantis Emperor would then become the focus of searching for him, the human. David's mind entered the soul of the demigod golden-winged beetle king. He began to look through all the information that he had access to with great interest. He looked through the information one by one, and soon, he found a piece of news. The portal has been retracted. The legendary level Purple Flame Beetle King has died in battle. Currently, there are 4 legendary level bugs and 30 level 5 bugs guarding the portal. The bug race's information was very direct. There were not many details, but David's eyes lit up. Based on this information, there were currently no bug race god-level bugs near the portal. 4 legendary level bugs and 30 level 5 bugs had gathered together. If he could catch them all in one fell swoop, he would be able to obtain a large number of soul clones to compensate for the loss of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's soul clones. Of course, the most important thing was to create chaos among the bug race. Now, the bug race was looking for the Blade Mantis Emperor and the Titan Golden Emperor. If he made a move now, the situation would be even more confusing. David found the location of the portal on the star map. He brought along 5 of the demigod clones. This time, they sat on the back of the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone. David kept using his Sky Piercer talent ability to create a portal, while the demigod golden-winged beetle king's clone activated its wings talent ability to pass through the portal at an extremely fast speed. With this cooperation, their speed was even faster. Along the way, David used the bug race's communication network and found that almost all the powerful bug race had a corresponding territory. This meant that the demigod golden-winged beetle king also had a territory that belonged to the demigod bug race. After a period of analysis and searching for bits and pieces of information in the bug race's communication network, he finally determined the demigod golden-winged beetle king's territory from a sea of information. David confirmed the scope of the territory on the star map. Within the golden-winged beetle king's territory, there were 3 star systems, 5 bug race planets, and 9 resource planets. The rest of the planets had no resources, and the environment was so bad that even the bug race could not survive. At the same time, David also learned that the golden-winged beetle king's territory was part of a larger territory. The owner of the larger territory was the golden-winged beetle emperor, a bug race god level. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.